Hey, Sarge. So, yep, welcome to the new FMAC.
Hey, thanks. Oh, FMAC. What does FMAK stand for?
Well,
I'm the
give
fucking
it a
voice of
give it a
reason
minute,
around here,
Sarge.
and you
I
got
think
me
it'll come
pissed
to you.
off.
Well, hello to all you millions of people out there. I have a very sad announcement to make. Despite all our efforts, today is Monday. I don't even have to go to work, and I hate Monday. Hey, Mitch, how you doing? It's pretty much what I was thinking, Mitch. Oh, I have a text coming in. Now, Mitch, nobody should be good on a Monday morning. What am I doing? Get the chat out there. Anyway, I was awake. I thought, might as well go see what all those low lives out on YouTube were up to. And happy coffee to you. Uh-oh. Now, Mitch,
Yo,
if you come up,
Muckster.
if you come up here, now I have no audience whatsoever.
That's all right. That's all right. Maybe I draw a couple people because everybody been wondering why I ain't been live lately or been on the panel and nothing. I've been working. Got shit to do.
Yeah, that is not a good excuse.
I made a video of what I was doing yesterday. You know, it's that time of year between the rain and the branches falling. I'm in Central Florida. It's live oak and water oak season.
Yeah.
And branches always falling.
What kind of trees do you have around there?
We got cypress. We got some of them are Florida pine and some of them are Australian pine. We got water oaks. We got live oaks. Got some nasty ass potato vines that choke out everything that they get a hold of.
Hello, mirrors.
Yeah, I've seen a couple maple. I don't know how they survive, and I seen the guy got a maple tree. I don't know how it's surviving over there where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly live oak and water oaks. I've seen a couple regular oak trees, but they were planted way back when they were babies.
Yeah.
There's one
Big
that
around there.
there's one that got a tree house in it.
Really?
Yeah, it's way. Only reason I saw it is because I'm aware of my surroundings. I look at everything because everything gives you an idea of how to do something with what you got to work with. Like, if you look at, like me, I work outside, so I see things kind of different. Like, if you walk past a lot of people's yard, it looks like everything's sinking down into it instead of rising up out of it. It's hard to accomplish that rising up out of it without making big old mounds of dirt everywhere. It it has to look natural with the landscaping around it.
Yeah.
And I started, all I had was little patches of grass, sand, and clay. And it took a lot of raking, burning, spreading the ashes, and mulching the leaves to get all this grass to grow. But that's like, I lurk a lot because I'm always working, so I listen to a lot of stuff. Like, I listened to that interview. That was a good interview.
Yeah.
And, you know, it people don't realize, like, coming from where I come from, is I have a different outlook on it because I've talked to people from both sides, the people that have been abused and the people that abuse them. So I have a different understanding of it, and it took a lot of courage for her to tell what she did tell of the story. But I know there's a lot more to it that she left out because I know the people that do that kind of stuff to them.
Yeah.
And I know their motives, and a lot of times their motives aren't what they're telling the psychiatrist. When you put them in one of them 8 by 10 cells by themselves, and only thing they got to talk to is the people next door to them. If they talk to them, you learn a lot when you want to get inside somebody's head. I'm I'm pretty much unbothered by most shit, but I despise people that abuse children and abuse women. That just ain't right.
That when she said that part
Yeah,
about him holding his girlfriend's arms behind her back and having the boy punch her.
yeah.
Oh my God.
I know you almost lost it. I was listening. I was listening to it while I was working, and I heard the deep intake of breath. I said, "Damn, I'm up pissed." But you know, a lot of times I may not say nothing about a lot of things, but I listen to a lot and I stay out of it. I might make I may make my diabolical satire jokes and
Yeah.
fire shots at people because I know my shots hurt because they're true because they said it. So, and somebody said, "Damn, Mitch, you got a wrench." So I was in another chat. They said, "Damn, Mitch, you got a wrench over there with Finkel and Muckster in them, and you don't time nobody out." I said, "Man, that's not my job." They gave me a wrench to drop links that they asked to be dropped. That's why
Actually,
they gave me a wrench.
I was kind
It's
of
a,
hoping you'd use that wrench to fix the toilet in our lounge area, but God damn it, Mitch, you haven't done a thing.
I drop. I do what I was told. My job is to drop links. That's what they said. They say if anybody is to be timed out, Danny or one of the hosts or co-hosts will do it. It's not
I'm
my
going.
job. My job was to drop links. That's what Finkel said.
Yeah, but
I'm
why would you
going to
listen
interrupt.
to Finkel?
I'm going to
Cause,
interrupt.
cause
Uh,
he said if I don't do what he tell me, he gonna take my wrench.
I'm going to
I don't
interrupt.
care though. But
I'm going to interrupt. Okay. I'm about to show you our lounge, and yes, the wrench's job is to fix our lounge.
that lounge
That's our
looks
lounge.
like it belongs to firefighter
Yeah.
936.
Yeah, we need to give him a wrench too.
or AKA Michael Wyatt, AKA whatever the hell he want to call his damn self every other day.
I don't. It was on his funny as hell.
He need to start. He need to start a GoFundMe. Buy me a new bathroom.
Well, I'm here to berate Muckster. He did it again. He announced he had an important announcement, and when I went to the beginning, he said it's sad news.
Yep.
Monday is my weekend, bitches. It's not sad that it's Monday. Now, the chores I have outlined for me is sad.
I look at it like this: every day is a holiday, and every meal is a feast. And I'm above ground, so it's all good, and it's all uphill from there. Can't nothing get me down.
There goes Muckster drinking all my damn coffee again.
Hey.
I keep swearing off the drama, and I keep following it anyway. I want to watch Vegas Vips snipe us, and right after Dick Smack left here, what's Dick Smack's name? Generally Specific Toddler. He went over there. First, I want to call out the so-called Christian who blatantly told a lie. I wasn't sure. He said two things, and one of them had to be like because they contradict each other. But he said, "quote Vegas is a troll," which we know that's actually the truth. But he went over to Vegas Vips, and he told Vegas Vips that he told his mods, "Watch this, I'm going to lie." He did. He lied. I don't know which was the lie. Vegas Vips is a troll in his mind, or that he did that, and that Vegas Vips is not a troll. But the contradicting facts makes one of those two things a liar. So once again, dishonest Todd, you lied. He does that all the time, though.
I said something. I said something. You see, he get mad at me. He's the one that he's the one that started that black supremacy shit. I think that shit is hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he says funny shit all the time, which is why people pick on him. And then he reacts in such a negative way. That's why people hate him.
That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
I don't time out the trolls or block them or nothing because they break up my boredom. Because they give me something to do. Because they say they're funny as shit, and I get to be just what they say right towards them and make everybody else in the chat laugh. And most of you guys are either retired vets or just retired people or whatever the case may be. But them trying to fuck with me is like shooting at the wall and the bullets are bouncing back at them. They're wasting their time because I got plenty of shots to fire at them because I got all day to think shit up to say because my job is manual. I know what I'm doing. It's muscle memory.
I got a hard stop of 9 a.m. It's 8:37. And geography, as I understand it, I live and am currently in Virginia. Todd Bryant lives and probably currently is in Kentucky. And Chris Ryder lives in and probably is right now in Indiana. Those were the geographical locations as I understood them last night. And that's my reminder that my chores are coming up. I'll deal with you in a minute, honey. Geography, yes. Well, we insinuated, no, actually, well, some of us actually directly pointed out in these various states that the man in Kentucky, Todd Bryant, was a pedophile. What was the word he used? He had some fancy word to avoid the YouTube. I call him a groomer. His words. He has stated many, many times that he just celebrated his 34th wedding anniversary, and I'm sorry, 34th, and that his wife is 50. And the timing of that, and when she turned 50, and when they celebrated their 34th, makes her 16. 16 in my eyes is a child. Now, this idiot went over to Vegas Vips laughing that he's got both of us on federal laws because we're crossing state lines, because I said Todd Bryant is a pedophile. Todd Bryant is a groomer. Todd Bryant is a, what was the other word they used?
This is the way I look at it. you're whatever age you are.
Yeah.
You're over 21 or 20, and she's under 18. If she's not, even though the law may say it's legal for y'all to be married,
Right.
she's legally not
Well,
an adult because she's legally not of a sound adult mind. She hasn't even finished school yet.
I want to break this federal law and open myself to YouTube terms of service, and open myself up to
Yeah.
the pending lawsuit.
You know, if
I
she,
am uninterrupted. I am saying for anyone to record, take it to the feds, take it to the courts, take it to YouTube. I am saying Chomo. Thank you. Todd Bryant is a Chomo. Todd Bryant is a pedophile. Todd Bryant is a groomer.
now,
Todd Bryant met his bride and married her when she was 16, according to him.
now,
Sue me, arrest me, take me off YouTube. I don't give a fuck. It's not parody. Todd Bryant is those things.
from what
Okay.
he said, that's exactly what it sounds like to me. And you know, I'm an ex-convict. That sounds illegal to me. The only other way that if he run around all of a sudden now and say she was emancipated at 16 or 17, you know, either he got it from me or he read it in the chat or he went and tried to find something to justify that shit.
Yeah.
That's what they do to justify what they did. They know it's illegal, but they look for a psychotic rationale to justify it.
His problem if he goes to the feds or to courts or to YouTube. First of all, Chomo and PDF file are not real words. Well, PDF file is a real word, a couple of words, but it means a document made by Acrobat. A Chomo is a made-up word, and a pedophile literally is an adult who pursues sexually children.
Yeah.
Now, the next part is my opinion, but I am allowed to have an opinion. I have a First Amendment. I have a channel. I can express my opinion. 16 is a child. 21 is an adult.
I look at it like this.
One can buy beer, the other cannot. One can vote, the other cannot.
You should look at it like I understand that some people are 5 or 10 years difference, but they were over 21 and 18 when they did it. My grandmother and grandfather, they walked to grade school together. They never had another boyfriend or girlfriend in their whole life. They've been together since grade school. They died within 4 hours of each other. So they got married young, but both of them was in the war. Both wars in the war, Vietnam, Korea, and World War II.
Yeah.
You know, so at that time, everybody was marrying young, and it was accepted because they needed to keep repopulating the world because everybody was dying.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to use that now to justify it, but it's a form of Stockholm syndrome combined with Munchausen syndrome, where the captor is in love, or the captive is in love with the captive, and the captor has control, but at the same time, the captor is using the captive for his own misogynistic purposes because he was abused by women when he was young. So he manipulates everything and he adds religion into it to make it seem like it's got a religious basis to it when it really doesn't, because he's spinning the narrative to suit his purposes. And it sounds plausible to a person that doesn't understand what he's doing. And a lot of people buy into that bullshit. But it's all psychobabble. It means nothing when you look at his face and you listen to the things that he said. You can tell exactly what he is. He's racist. He's a liar. He's a hypocrite. He's misogynistic. And he's the worst kind of human.
He's totally does not understand reality before him. One of the things that I've noticed leading up to last night, somewhere in the past, he's on video and audio, literally yelling and threatening employees at the jail. I can't tell what employees are they deputies? Are they civilians? Are they jailhouse workers? I don't know. But he's literally yelling at and threatening these guys. Did I serve for this? Yeah, shut up. So we know he does that, and we know that Chris records most of his life. What he does with those recordings, I don't know. But he's challenging Chris, who's probably not watching, on Vegas Vips last night. Show me the audio or video where I threatened a police officer. You know goddamn well, if he's willing to say that when he knows cameras on him, what is he saying behind? Yeah, I think it would be funny as hell when he goes to any of these agencies, YouTube, the feds, the local, the courts, and tries to push it. That is going to be so fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, Muckster's falling asleep on us. Should we change the subject?
Hey, Muck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's falling asleep on us.
I got a suggestion for that. Now, I heard you yesterday when you said you had a rash on your arm. Get an aloe plant and cut it open in the middle and rub the aloe on your arm, and then mix some warm water and baking soda together and make a paste. It'll draw the infection that's in the rash to the surface. Leave it on there, cover it up, and leave it on there overnight. And do that for a few days, and it'll pull a whole lot of that stuff out of there, and you won't have to keep going and getting all kind of crazy medications and shit. You know, I ain't got time to be running to the hospital, and I rub up against all kind of shit. And aloe, baking soda, and warm water. You do it. You take your shower and all that and get clean. You put that shit on at night when you go to bed. Wash it off in the morning. Do it again at night when you go to bed.
You remind me.
2 days.
You remind me, Mitch. I'm not aware of Muckster ever opining or presenting whatever, if any, medical situations he got. But last night, General Specific asked him about a rash, and he said, basically, it's none of your business.
Yeah,
he was trying to embarrass me, and he's a fucking idiot. Because if I was worried, if I was embarrassed about something like that, I'd be coming in here, wrapped in moo or something.
That was the obvious fell on his part. The not so obvious fell on his part. His response was, well, my marriage is none of anyone's business. Well, actually, his marriage details, the 34 years, the 16 years old, the 50 years old, the 54, all that has been put out by him. Muckster has never, that I know of, put out anything medical about himself, except for his massive coronary when he fell asleep for 3 or 4 minutes the other day.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you call it a medical condition or not, but I do not mind telling people I have a huge penis.
Well,
that's why he passed out. He was watching porn and he got an erection, and an erection is your penis filling up with blood. He lost so much blood to the rest of his body, he passed out.
Since we talking medical, I got titanium nuts.
Anywho, yeah, but he puts personal information out there, and he asked Muckster a question that I don't believe Muckster's ever put out there. So the answer is, unless Muckster thinks otherwise, no.
He got mad at me because I told him I saw him with his picture of his purple pickle butt plug.
The what?
That's what started it up. That's what started all the real shit between him when I commented on his purple pickle butt plug.
What the hell's a purple pickle butt plug? What the hell? Are you talking about the pickle avatar of the sunglasses in the mouth that he enjoyed being on Josh's crotch?
Yeah, I told him, I say, hey man, how's your purple pickle butt plug feel today?
I actually thought that was green, but we can go with purple, I guess. Yeah, he's a closeted come out of the closet. Be true to yourself there, Todd.
And people are like, Mitch, where do you come up with this shit, man? People give me this shit to say. That's why, but I ain't the smartest motherfucker in the world, but I do till I want to get here.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I've read a lot of shit because I had a lot of time, Finkel.
Oh, Kiwi, don't be racist.
Kiwi's being racist?
It says, OG Mitch, you be cool? No, Joe Cool and Mitch are two different people. Just because they're both people of color does not make them the same person. They do not all look alike.
I just can't remember which one is Samuel L. Jackson.
I'm Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, you do kind of look like him, don't you?
Well, Donald Trump thought he was a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Did
you notice when I asked that person about Joe Cool yesterday and why he thought it was so bad that Joe Cool has slept with white women, he would not answer. It's funny how he will shoot his mouth off over at his own place, but he won't back anything up when he goes anywhere else.
I have to step back, that Kiwi. It's not that you think they all look alike. It's that they're both tagged by General Specific as black supremacists.
Now this is a Finkel.
Yes, sir.
You notice I didn't get mad when Kiwi said that, when he said, "Oh, Mitch, be cool." Me and Kiwi be joking all over the place. Yeah. That's just me and Kiwi.
I was joking when I said, "Oh, gee, Mitch, you be cool." Cool, yeah. and is actually in lowercase, so she means the Fonzarelli type cool.
Yeah, you see the next one. She say, "Give NASA a nuts. Give NASA wants their nuts back."
The thing is, in Kiwi's defense, they all do look alike.
Yeah, even the Kiwi. Hey, all the Kiwis look alike too. I can't tell none of them apart.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, all y'all look alike to me too. So when they ask me to describe people, I can't tell them nothing but, hey, which dude? The girl you was talking to, the girl you were just talking to. Oh, you mean dude?
I'm clearly a coffee cup. Muckster is clearly a microphone with a headset on the microphone, which, by the way, I believe would cause that feedback.
I am definitely a wolf at night in front of the full moon telling you, capiche, you fuck around and find out.
Oh, the fingers. That reminds me. There's a new movie apparently that's doing really great in the theaters. Wolverine meets...
Wolverine and Deadpool.
Deadpool, that's the one. Yeah, I got to watch that. If nothing else, for the big barrel of popcorn. I love big barrels of popcorn. What? Shut up, Cat. What are you doing in the house? I'll be right back. This is not your house.
Hey, Nikki.
Oh, shit. I got to run now.
The bitch is here.
Yeah, Nikki's here. I got to run.
All right. Who let the cat in? That's not my cat. This is not that cat's house. What'd I miss? Hey, Nikki. Good morning. Or whatever time it is in your part. Oh, wait, no. Nikki's an American. Okay. Kiwi, it's afternoon, right? Mirrors, afternoon.
I think Kiwi actually evening.
Oh, Mitch, the way you said that, are you by any chance in London? Are you a werewolf in
No, London? I'm an American werewolf in Florida, in the swamp.
Oh, okay. All right.
With some turkeys laughing at y'all.
Turkeys. Yeah, the first time I heard your turkeys, I thought somebody was laughing at me. I was looking for my black tie, and I heard.
Yeah, my turkeys was laughing at you because they were looking at you on the screen.
Oh, okay. All right.
They had the head turned with the cock eye looking at you.
Oh, evening. It's 11 p.m. 2,300 hours in the evening. Is he down under or is he Kiwi? I can't remember.
It's 11. Mirrors is down under.
Kiwis and down under. They all look
down. He's from down under, like right. From under cheese.
All right.
I'm picking on people this morning.
Sad news. It's Monday. Come on, Muckster. Mondays and weekends. It's usually great. I had
to come by. I had to come by and spread a couple laughs when he said he had sad news. I had to come by and make him laugh.
Oh. Good point. Mirror and Kiwis are about to have survived Monday, which is easy because Monday's a weekend. I am the center of the universe, and Monday is part of my weekend. So it's not sad news that it's Monday. Monday's great, usually. It's going to suck today, but that's okay.
Hey, that's what you get with having a honey-do list. If it was a honey-day list, you wouldn't have that problem, Mr. Procrastinator.
Here's my problem is I stepped up to it. I volunteered. And she's like, "Oh, it'd make me feel guilty if you do it." I'm like,
you should have
You
used your prognosticating skills and learned a long time ago. Never decipher what's wrong and let your wife know about it. Always fix it and don't say nothing. When she gets around to telling you, honey, I got a to-do list, her to-do list only got one item on it because you done did everything else on your time when she wasn't looking.
Yeah, that's yeah. You got some very valid points there. Shame on me. For 4.5 years, I was in an organization whose initials stood for Never Again Volunteer Yourself, Navy, NAVY. Never, and here I am still volunteering myself. And then when it's time to do it, I start griping.
My granddad always told me that, son, don't never volunteer to do nothing. But if you volunteer the first time, you're going to be the first pick every time they come through because you volunteered.
I'm griping now after only one cup of coffee. I just got up an hour ago. But the truth is, when it's all done...
You want some... Hold on, I got some toilet paper somewhere. You want to borrow it?
Why?
So you can wipe your eyes and your ass. We don't want to hear that shitty sob story.
Oh, no. When it's all said and done, I will feel accomplished and useful and of service. I tuned into the FMAC interview. It was a good one. I said that yesterday, and I was corrected by Ariel. It wasn't an interview. It was someone told me. Yeah, it was great. I thought the guest was great. I thought the whole thing went off real well.
You know the way Muck did it though.
Yeah.
You ever listen to the old Paul Harvey radio interviews?
And now the rest of the story.
You could get Paul Harvey would get them started by talking to him and getting them comfortable with the studio and him and the audience over the radio. So he let the interviewee draw the people in on their own, and that's what Muck did. Muck he interjected only when he needed to, when he noticed something.
I thought that was great. Yeah, great empathy when he asked her if she needed to pause because she took a few heavy breaths. That's how the intelligent, mature guys do it. They're generally specific. Just in case you're wondering.
Yeah. And I wasn't watching it. I was listening to it because I was working, and I could hear it because I'm in a different space than everybody else is. Because I'm listening to it with a wall between me and what's actually going on the screen. Because I can't see the screen. I'm just listening to it. There's a difference between hearing and listening. I can hear things all day, but that doesn't mean I'm listening to them. If I'm listening to them, that means I'm actually hearing what's being said.
Kiwi's asking any word from Steve on his decision. Pretty much he made his decision. Well, maybe people misunderstood the choice. The choice was able to post links here or to be a moderator in where you can ban people and stuff in Vegas Vips. And he pretty much said, go ahead and take it now. So that was the decision. He's still welcome here. We might not give him cake for a while, but he is still welcome here. And Mirrors says, have sexual fornication relations with Steve. I don't think I want to do that. I like him, but he's just, not my type. All right. And,
I just I don't get people and their fascination with the wrench. I got wrenches all over the damn place. That only thing I do is drop links with them, unless on some places I'm an admin, on some of them I'm a managing mod. and on a couple I'm a co-host. And if I time your ass out or block you, you had it coming. If I'm tired of dealing with you, you know you fucked up.
That's a good point. And Muckster and I were advised behind the scenes last night. Ignore the trolls. If we keep banning them, kicking them out.
Let me deal with them. I have fun. That breaks up my boredom. Until you notice that I start getting tired of them. You'll know when I get tired of them. I time them out for 5 seconds. Then I let them back in. I say something slick and time them out again for 5 seconds. Just to let them know, bitch, I will put your ass in the toilet.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and leave me alone.
I agree with the concept, but there is a point when
now if they say something disrespectful to one of them women or to you or Muck or Ariel or whoever, it's fair game then. I might blast your ass right up out of there.
Well, let's say I get my mother up here on my panel and Mirror says Finkel's mom's a bitch.
Oh, he got to go.
I would choose to ignore it and show people. I would time him out just to let him know. I did give someone a 30-minute timeout last night. I can't remember who it was.
But see, if I do it, it would be like 5 seconds, and then I would write in the chat, and right before I time him out, I already have my shit typed out. I time him out for 5 seconds, and I put when I hit it, it'd say, "Mirrors, just be polite." That's Finkel's mom.
Yeah. There is a line, and I'll admit I don't know where the line is.
But
sometimes my emotions are. Go ahead.
Think about it. It coming from me timing you out for 5 seconds. And there had to be a reason why I did that. Because usually I let a lot of shit slide.
5 seconds is Well, hell, the 30-minute timeout I did last night. That's kind of a joke. It's it's the long-term timeouts that we have to really think about. I can't remember who it was, but someone said, what did they say? I won't shut up. So I jokingly shut him up for 30 minutes. Or something to that effect. Old guy Mitch, I must be really behaving then because I have never been timed out. Okay. And Killing Time Passing Through says, would you be quiet for a few minutes, old guy Mitch DAC, especially since you didn't include me in the people you would time people out for? Hey, but looking down at that chat,
Killing, you already know you in my back pocket like my wallet.
Oh, right. Well, when I noticed Killing Time's longer than usual post, it drew my attention to the clock on my computer, and I see I'm 2 minutes past my mandatory rage quit time. So I'm going to rage quit now. I got to say grr, grr, grr. You piss me off, grr, and then leave suddenly without any warning.
Tell her I might be late Wednesday.
You just bailed out just there. That's the beautiful rage quit. That was fun. Now your Monday better, Muckster?
Nah, it's still Monday. Talk to me after the sun goes down.
All right. I'm going to stick Nikki on you. Keep on.
Nikki's a bitch. Yeah, I'll tell you what Nikki is.
Come on up here.
I'm not afraid to say it right here either in front of 70,000 people that are watching us right now, Nikki. You are a tub waffle. We invented a new insult last night.
Nikki said, I'm proud to hold that title.
Well, I think that was for Wabitch.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Killing mad at me. He said I didn't include him in the people I time people out for. You don't know, I keep him in my wallet like an old credit card. One day I might go to the bank and have something on it.
Nikki, do you suppose Chris ever realized that on his name I changed his subtitle to Tub Waffle Superior or something like that? Tub Waffle Supreme, maybe?
You think YouTube would let me change my name to old black supremacist?
Yeah.
Old black and ugly. You looking for some trouble? You looking for some trouble killing? Yep. Yeah. Waiting for my name to be changed.
See, Nikki, you're too aware. I couldn't get away with you.
Man. If I was you, do you think you could really give it to me? Wow. Well, it's been an interesting Monday morning for me.
It's always interesting.
Huh?
It's always interesting to be with me.
No, the interesting part was I got to sit on my ass for more than 20 minutes without having to get up and chase a hawk or nothing. It wasn't you. It was the fact I got to sit on my ass and not do nothing. I gotta bust your bubble, Monk. I can't let your ego get too big. You got your first podcast under your belt. I gotta keep reins on you. Can't have y'all blowing up too fast.
Yeah, she actually sent me a message thanking me and the guys for letting her do that. It's like, oh my God.
You know you can set it up to stream it live on Facebook too, right?
That's okay.
Setting it up.
Wouldn't want to do that anyway.
No, I'm saying
because she didn't want.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
people to know
for future reference. If you're doing one of them kind of interviews or whatever, and you can set it up to stream it on Facebook and whatever else they allow you to stream it on from whatever platform you're on. But they got time limits, like you might be able to stream for an hour or 2 hours or 30 minutes or whatever. But you can stream it, and you'd be surprised how many people you'll end up watching. There's a niche for everything and everybody, and that was actually a very good first podcast. That's not the usual podcast you would expect from a bunch of guys like us. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We got an elected group of people that come in here in these chats. You know, they're diverse backgrounds, different countries and cultures, all different races, but for the most part, we all get along, and that's what makes this one it makes it unusual because so many people get along. Where in the world everybody's gonna argue and debate and have disagreements about whatever the case may be? That's a given. We're all human. We're all we all got our biases, even if we say we don't. That's part of human nature. So me, I'm like a duck. I take it and let it roll off my back like water. See,
I'm the fucking voice of reason around here, and you've got me pissed off. Okay, first I'd like to say hello to the chat. Thank you for being here. Next, what you got for me, Mitch?
I got one of these for you.
Just one?
Yeah, man, you're already sitting on the other one.
I see how it is.
You're already sitting on the other one.
You've been up here jawing, and thank you, Mr. Obvious, for pointing out the obvious.
I'm just fucking with people today. Muck said he was sad. It was Monday, so I gotta go up here and talk shit to Muck today.
Now how's that different from any other day?
My point exactly. But at least I can make him laugh and lift his spirits a little bit.
And to everybody that's listening, no, me and Mitch aren't feuding or anything. I just wanted to pick at him.
Yeah.
He's picking at me.
Yeah. That's the beauty of it. I pick on myself, I pick on everybody else, so I don't mind if people pick on me. It make my day fun and interesting.
Yeah.
Muck picks on me all the time.
I guess something's got to make your day interesting. You can only kick that black rooster so many times.
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, why does it have to be a black rooster?
Because it is.
That's what he has.
It's black. It's a Polish Afro head. It's black. It's got a black body and a white afro, and he don't like my shoestrings, so I stick my foot out there and he attack my boot.
I think he doesn't like you. It's more than just that.
No, he don't. He has no problem with anybody else. He just doesn't like shoestrings. He thinks they're snakes.
Yeah, I this may not be politically correct, but personally, I wouldn't want to have a black rooster around. I like black chicks, but no, not a black rooster.
Hey, on the farm, people have all kind of chickens. I got African jungle fowl. Them some cool. They're multicolored. They're like a rust red color. They're a bluish black, and they got a little white, and some of them got a little yellow in them. But they're cool as fuck, and they're fast.
Oh, Muckster, are you hearing any background noise from my side? I know I'm hearing some from somewhere.
Yeah, I got a fan over
here. Yeah, I hear my air conditioner. I don't hear anything from you.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. I know my fan can get loud at times.
Yeah, you got to fix your exhaust pipe. You sitting in that muffled chair, man.
I said fan, not exhaust.
I said you got to fix your fan. You sitting in that muffled chair. Your exhaust pipe's fucked up.
Well, Kiwi, I've been trying to avoid that term, but
yeah,
we all know what it is.
Yeah, I steered away from it also.
Yeah, all fair, right, Kiwi? It's the big. I'm the president of the Big Black Cock Committee. Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfucker. It's swinging for you.
The only reason you're the president's because you got that black rooster. That's it.
Hey, all fair in love and war. I win by default. I'm smart. I stay ahead of the game.
And you're the only member of that club, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm Skippy. According to Little Feet, I'm a black supremacist.
Oh,
that was the most hilarious one I had heard that day.
Mark says he about 15 chickens around his place. You're gonna have to teach Mark how to train them.
I had a couple of chicken thighs for supper yesterday. Does that count?
Yep, that counts too. They're still around. They might not be in the same shape they was when they started.
Well, I eat more of that barnyard buzzard than I would ever want to admit to.
Yeah. I call it barnyard pimps. You know, roosters taste better than the chickens. They just tougher. You gotta roast them instead of frying them, or you bake them. But you gotta do it slow.
I don't know. I get all mine at either. Well, I get all mine from the grocery store. So.
Oh, you like them GMOs?
No, that's just I don't raise my own. So. At least not yet.
Are you sure? Every time you raise your feet up off the floor, I hear bark, 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 bark.
Oh, those are my alert dogs.
Oh, I thought that was you turning into the chicken.
No.
I'll be hearing you flapping your wings over there.
I hear you flapping your gums.
Does anybody want to lower themselves by going with the obvious joke on Nikki's comment?
You go ahead, Muck. I'm not going there. I like Nikki.
I'm not touching that. Even though it would be fair game, I'm not touching that.
And Mark agrees with you there, Mitch. He said Brewsters make great chicken and dumplings.
Yep. Most people don't know that, Mark.
Well, Muck, you've got permission from Nikki to go ahead, but Mark is saying no.
Some things you just gotta say no to.
Nikki loves the big chicken.
I noticed you cleaned up what you are actually going to say.
She likes them roasted. She likes them fried.
She likes them stuffed inside.
Oh, there it went.
I couldn't resist it. It was just too tempting.
She thinks they're finger looking good.
She hopes she always gets the one with the wishbone.
This just went so downhill. So fast.
Hey, you know I can't help myself.
I know. That's part of the problem.
Hey, you can't be chicken all the time. Sometimes you got to be a rooster and let your cock stand up and crow once in a while.
Oh, damn.
You know, you got to let your cock swing and say cock-a-doodle-doo.
Okay, I'm sorry. I agree with this comment right here.
Hey.
Everybody, you know, if you're offended, just remember it's the black guy's fault.
I'll take full responsibility for it. I ain't mad. And I'm not apologizing.
Lord, you should. You really should.
I ain't apologizing. Hold on. Let me turn my camera on for a second.
Please don't. We've been traumatized.
Hold on. Listen. You see what I'm doing here? I'm looking in my pockets, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm looking for?
You ain't gonna find me.
No, I ain't looking for you. I'm looking for an apology. All I keep finding is these signs inside of here say I ain't got no fucks to give.
You know, we had 25 viewers. Mitch went on camera. We dropped to 5. I don't know.
Is that because I came up here?
I think that was because Killing came up here.
I mean, I'll be glad to drop back down if everybody wants to come back.
That's right, Nikki. Even though it's Monday, you can still laugh. That's the only reason it came up here. Mucky said it was a sad message. He said it was Monday. I had to try my best to bring him out of that gloomy Monday spirit.
What's got you down, Muck? When I came in is when I first typed that message. So I
he
missed
just
the first
said
part of the show.
his sad message is it's Monday. He don't like Monday.
Okay.
It's also too damn early to be awake.
Now that one I was going to ask you what you were doing out on the air this early, but
it's 9:20 here.
Which manager would you like to speak to, Kiwi? We got two on the stage right now.
Well, if you took offense and you want the manager, there's a wooden box on the wall next to the door by the bathroom. It says, "Put your fucks here, cause we don't care."
Well, that's at your place. Some of us might care. I said might. Depends on the complaint and the mood of the person that takes it.
Well, probably won't be able to understand the complaint anyhow, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't speak English.
It's gonna be written in Maori.
Yeah, New Zealandish.
It's gonna be written in koala. With eucalyptus ink. You're gonna be eating the paper instead of reading it.
Why are you so racist, Mitch?
Hey.
You hate everybody equally, I get that, but come on.
Hey. It's pick on everybody Monday.
It doesn't matter what day it is you pick on everybody. What's Monday got to do with it? Oh, you want Ariel? Well, you'll have to try and summon him. He's not around right now that I know.
You gotta pretend like you're on the Wizard of Oz and click your heels 3 times and say, "Ariel, Ariel, Ariel, where are you?"
It'd be funny if he showed up just now.
That would be hilarious.
That would be good timing.
Who the hell's calling me?
Ariel.
That would have made Muck's day if Ariel would have popped up just then. I tried. I guess Simon Magus didn't teach me enough. I have to go back there and cuss his ass out, tell him his magic was faulty.
Oh, I was wondering what happened. I got quiet. I was like, uh-oh, what happened? I was looking away. Spider Dog.
Hello, Spider.
You're going to play a cool game. Okay.
Time for a cool game.
If the game's got something to do with bashing on me, I'll drop down. I'll let everybody else have it. So you want to play a game?
Killing, scaring people out.
It's close to that line from, what was it, Saw?
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact line, but that was pretty close.
I thought that was pretty much it.
Guilt by association. Okay, so who's guilty by association? Myself, Mitch, Muck. Which one of us? All of us.
Can't be me. I don't associate with anybody.
Well, I don't care who people associate with, so I really don't.
I actually said that yesterday when everybody was getting on Steve.
Or are you guilty by association for being here?
I don't know. You think Spider's ever going to follow up on that?
That's it. Their choice. I shouldn't say he. That's their choice. Can't force people to chat.
Now, damn it, Kiwi, this is America. We do not put U's in our colors.
Well,
guilty. Nikki, you're just plain guilty.
You beat me to that one. That's what I was going to say.
Well, Spider, it was a great game while it lasted.
So, I don't know. I guess that has something to do with a live I missed or something. I don't know.
Well, if it's guilty by association, I'm guilty by association of me. I'm associated to me. I go wherever the hell I feel like going, whatever the hell I feel like going. If a bitch don't like me, that's their problem, not mine.
Yeah, and I mean, the people that don't like you can always do that. You know, that's not a problem.
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm guessing Spider thinks he made some sort of a point.
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what he's referring to. So
it's got to be from a comment somewhere. But he says, I'm going to play a cool game Muckster taught me. It's called Guilty by Association.
okay. Like I said again.
Yeah, well,
I don't see guilt by association, and if this has to do with going to other channels, that's just people are free to go watch what they want. I don't care. You'd never hear me. I was gonna say you never hear me bash on anybody for going to any channel.
Well, that's why I don't know why he linked that comment to me, since I said that very thing last night when they were all getting down on Steve.
Maybe that's where that came from, because you did say that last night. You said it's the guilt by association.
I said they
yeah
were making it guilt by association. I didn't say I thought he was guilty by association.
Yeah, I was listening, Mark, but I wasn't getting how it was connected, because it still doesn't connect right.
So this is coming from a live last night.
Yeah. People were getting down on Steve because he's a mod over at Miss Vippies, and they were blaming him for everything that goes on everywhere. And he was trying to tell people that he has told them that he doesn't like them talking about people that way. And it just Steve got kind of hot, and me and Nikki both tried to tell him, Steve, just take a few breaths from that before you say anything else. But I don't know if he'll. I even said I hope he comes back. I don't know if he will because he figured everybody was against him. But
yeah, that was the thing. Stephanie in the chat. Stephanie say that he did actually say that to them people in the chat. He typed it in the chat. He said whether she said, but she know it was like whether they responded to it or not. He did say it in the chat. Stephanie said that.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, yeah, I'm definitely associated with this channel.
You know, I look at it. Think about it like this, Mark and Kelly.
Hang on just a second, Mitch, please. I'm associated with this channel. I don't care who goes where, and if they're channels that hate us or hate members up here, that's their choice. I don't care that they go. I don't. I know there's been stuff between some of them, couple of people, and generally specific. There's been stuff between the Kaiser people. There's been even stuff between F3 people. I have no dog in that fight. I don't. You've never heard me say anything about any of those channels except for right now when I'm mentioning them. I don't care. People go where they want to go, talk to who they want to talk to, and I could be completely at odds with what's being said up here, but I'm going to have to respect their right to say it. I'm going to have to respect the rights of the people in the chat to say what they want to say to a point. Now, if it's just ugly bashing for hate speech, that kind of thing, I'm going to take them off the screen. But I don't care if you're arguing. That's fine. People have different opinions. But I don't have a dog in this whole channel fighting and all this other stuff. Pardon me. And for that, if other members don't want me around, they can let me know and I'll go. We've always been able to talk through things, so I don't see that happening, but it could. And Mitch, I'm sorry. Please go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I was going to say, Killer, you're going to say exactly what I'm thinking. Watch. And you said the exact same thing I was thinking.
And I don't want anybody to take it that I'm throwing anybody under any buses or anything, but I'm an individual.
There you go. But no, it was just comical. It caught me as a surprise. Like you get those moments when if you pay attention, you get those moments where you know exactly what's coming.
Well, yeah, I'm not the wisest person. I'm not the smartest person.
Yeah.
I would say I'm at least average,
Sometimes I wonder about that too, but that's neither here nor there. But me, I don't care who you associate with, who you don't associate with. I don't care if you like me, hate me. People are people. If you got a problem and you see me, talk to me. If I'm in the chat, talk to me in the chat. If you want to talk to me on the panel, put the link down there. I'll come up there and we can talk about it.
I want to say one more thing. And Muckster, you can chime in on this if you'd like, but we've had, we don't put everything out front on the stage here, so to speak, on the panel. we have talks in the back, and we have our differences, and I've said up front to the some of the other team members that, hey, I don't want anything. I don't want to be involved in this kind of thing, or I don't want to get into the whole politics thing. They respect that. So far, I think everybody's been able to work together and work out our respect for each other's opinions.
You know what I like about the way you guys are set up? You guys even let somebody as crazy as me come up here. That says a lot.
Well, that wasn't my choice, Mitch. You were up here when I got here.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though? You still got a plug puller over there, so shut up.
But let me say this about Steve, because that seems to be where this started. I had people 2 days in a row, maybe 3. I know it was definitely 2 days in a row. Come in and they go, when Steve was here, and they were, Muckster, Steve is a mod over on Vippies. And you know what I said? I said, Steve does not have an exclusive contract here with us, and Steve can go wherever he wants. As far as I'm concerned, all I care about is the way Steve acts when he is in here, and Steve has always been a good friend to this channel. And last night they just were all going nuts on him, and even Sarge gave Steve an ultimatum and said, you can either have a wrench here or you can have a wrench at Vippies. And Steve got upset because everybody was going after him, and he said, go ahead and take my wrench away. And I'm just hoping Steve comes back, because I like Steve.
Yeah, Steve never caused any problems over here.
So let me say one other thing. Let me say one other thing. Going back to Spider Dog's thing, which he's never followed up on, where he says Muckster taught me about guilt by association. If that is a dig at me, Spider, that you think I'm the one who brought all this shit up, you can go fuck yourself. And I don't care if you come back, but I still want to see Steve come back.
I mean, I don't have anything against Spider Dog. He's never been out of line with me, or I wasn't here last night and I have not watched it. I can't comment on it other than to say, what I said earlier.
They were jumping all over Steve. Stephanie was sticking up for him in chat. Me and Nikki were both trying to calm things down. And
you see, it
was a whole mob thing, and it wasn't me.
I stayed out of that one, Muck, because I knew that was gonna get ugly, so I stayed out of it. But that's why I said what I said this morning. Man, that was some bad shit that happened. And Stephanie said he did say that, but they attacked him, say he two-faced. Hey, he can hang out wherever he want. He a grown-ass man. That's him. We ain't got nothing to do with what he do with his time.
I will tell you the thing I told Steve the first time it came up, because I think it was actually a few days ago. I said Steve can go wherever he wants, but also I said to Steve, when you finally learn who Vippy is, don't be surprised if I say I told you so.
Sorry about that, Muckster. I was talking to somebody over there. I forgot to turn the mic off.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I didn't watch it, so I'm just going off of what's being said here now.
Yeah. And Spider Dog still has not followed up on that, so I'm not even really sure what he was saying.
Well, if he wanted to get this conversation going, he succeeded in that. But I'm going to have to say, just from what you said, I can't say that I agree with an ultimatum being given for either here or there.
I didn't like it either, but that was, actually, and really, that isn't even really a team thing, because it's in Finkel's YouTube. It's his wrenches, it's not like making a decision for the for FMAC, you know, on something like that. But yeah, so that was totally his decision. But yeah, I just didn't think it was pretty the way everybody was jumping on Steve, and Steve was obviously upset.
You could tell by the way he was typing in the chat that he was pissed off that he got blamed and was being called a liar for something. And it, when
Well,
Stephanie said it like 2 or 3 times in the chat that he did say it.
I think he went from being pissed to being hurt.
Yeah.
Because I think Steve has liked it around here, and he felt like his friends were turning on him. Basically, I think is what.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna say, I understand this is YouTube. I don't take this whole thing serious, you know, as in this is my life.
Yep.
This is just when I get on, I talk or the chat or whatever, but this is not my life.
See, now that's just crazy talk.
Yeah, I know. I know it's crazy.
You know, Killing, I look at it like this. Regardless of what he does anywhere else, it's what he does over here. I've had some good conversations in the chat with Steve over here. I've had some chats with Steve in other places where Steve is on some different shit because that's what they own in them chats over there. You know, he just kind of adapts along, but certain shit rubs it wrong. And yesterday, boy, that shit really got to him.
Well,
But
you're telling me everybody was attacking him because he was on another channel, being a mod or whatever. Okay. And by the way, hello, Cart. Why? I mean, yeah, okay. I don't like what goes on a channel. I don't watch the channel. It's that simple for me.
Well, let me also mention this though about Steve. You know, Steve is one of the people that came here. He was a Wrangler fan, and he came here, and we didn't care. You know, him and Carrie both basically came here, and they both come here and been. I mean, we don't have members, but basically, if you consider people members, they've been good members here. So Steve was a true believer in the Wrangler cult, and he got screwed over there, and he came in here, and he felt welcomed, and he felt like he was a part of something, and so, yeah, I think it really hurt him last night that he felt screwed over again.
I want to address this. Kusa, you're right. But, you know, if I'm on here and I see something like this, I understand what you're talking about because I will be one of the ones to admit I was concerned when I saw it. If you were here and you saw me pop into the chat, come up on stage, and I was in the back channels trying to get in touch with Muckster. Yes. You know, that part I can understand, but I would do that if I was able to contact Kusa or Cart or Mitch, whoever. If I saw something like that happen, I don't care what channel I'm watching. If I'm able to get in touch with them, you know, because of what I think may be a medical emergency, yeah, I'm going to do my best to do it. So yeah, I agree with you. But that is you're exactly right. That's real life happening in front of you there. But Muck is allowed to have a completely opposing opinion to stuff I think, and that's what everybody.
I don't agree with you saying that I'm allowed to have a different opinion of what you think.
Well, then fine. Believe everything I say. Don't expect me to conform, but you can believe everything I say.
If you don't have a different opinion of what I do, Mark, you know, I'm gonna think you're a utopian society member.
He is. Didn't you know that?
I knew you've been reading L. Ron Hubbard.
No, is that one of his terms? I
That's
find
what-
L. Ron Hubbard hysterical because
Man.
a whole religion formed around the guy that writes science fiction.
Yeah, but that was the whole thing about it. You know, I read Dianetics too, and I read Scientology. And if you look at his concept, and I've read a couple of articles and shit that he posted way back in the days with some crazy newspapers and shit, but he knew that he couldn't pass that book off as nonfiction because nobody would believe it. So he wrote it as science fiction. And they bought it hook, line, and sinker because, like P.T. Barnum said, there's a sucker born every minute.
Well, I did read one of his books. It was Battlefield Earth, and even though I really enjoyed it, I didn't want to go out and join a bunch of two-trunked elephants and conquer worlds.
That dude was on some other shit.
Well,
his utopian society was screwed all the way around from the bottom up.
I realize y'all are trying to take this subject a different direction, and I'm sorry, but you know, Kuso made a good point. You know, when you see something in real life, you know, well, you may not have to like the person, but you're going to care one way or the other.
Let me say this about that. The funny thing about that happening right then, and I am not going to say specific because I said I'm going to stop talking about it, but we had just, some of us, been having a lot of discussions about what it meant to be a part of a team. And, you know, that happened, and my team came rushing in.
You know, again, like I said, we don't have to agree on everything. You're one of them bleeding heart liberals. I'm not. We know that. You know, but we don't agree there. Now, no, I'm not a Oprah Trumper or whatever they call it. But we have differing opinions on politics. We have differing opinions on some of the. Oh, shut up, Ariel. All right. Who was it that wanted to see Ariel, the manager, earlier? He's in the chat.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you want to talk about difference of opinion? I mean,
that was
like,
Kiwi.
You like Mitch. You know, I mean, geez, how much different could we be?
Ariel stirring the pot.
You want to get Ariel back? You want to get Ariel back? Just tell me you love the Red Sox.
I don't like nobody, so that makes us as diverse as they come.
The Kiwi, okay. Thank you, Nikki. Ariel, the Kiwi would like to have a few words with the real manager here, which he named as you. So, if he's still in the chat, you might want to have take his complaint. But yeah.
And hello, Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Howard. Hello, Howard. Welcome.
Nobody ever misses Howard.
I did because I was looking at Ariel's comments. It's again though, just because we have difference of opinions about politics or even down to some of the 1A stuff, we have difference of opinions. You know, they're more supportive of it than I am, but I will admit I'm trying to understand it better. So, you know, I don't hate people for doing it. I just, you know, I see cause and effect and I'm wondering if it's worth it kind of thing.
Well, you know, I think anytime you have a good team It's because they have a common bond, and really, for our team, a common bond is we all think that Sarge is a goof
We don't think it. We know it.
with bad hair.
You think he's
Sarge
got
tried
bad
out
hair.
for the Monkeys one time, and they told him no, he was too ugly.
You think that's bad hair, too?
Well,
I wonder where you got that toupee.
Dang, Mitch, I didn't even think about it like that till you said that. That would be one terrible toupee.
It looked like a bad rug on a bad day on a bad head.
I better be careful. He already fired me once for just showing that.
yeah, but he's off doing a chore list, so he's not listening.
He might be listening, he's not looking. You know he used to be radio intelligence. He always got an earbud in. Monitoring. He claims he monitoring the traffic for his company. Yeah, okay. He under the sink, cleaning by the toilet.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Keep an eye on Cart for me.
Is she gonna do a trick? Uh-oh.
Oh, she picking on me now. Bad. I can't help it. I can't help it, Cart. They just lay them out there for me like old baloney.
Hey, Ariel. Evidently you've been designated as the real manager around here, so you're the man in charge. Quit talking to a muted mic. It's not muted on StreamYard, but it must be on your end. That or he's trying to kill the echo thing. I don't know why. Have you been picking on Muck lately? I mean, uh-oh. Oh, what did I miss? Nikki, who's already showed themselves?
I knew something was missing.
Try again, Ariel. If you're talking, we're still not hearing you. May have to log out and come back in. Oh, Sarge showed that. Okay. Well, he got mad at, well, not really mad, but he fired myself, and no matter what Muckster says, he fired him too, because we showed that picture before he got a chance to. You're probably right, Cart. He probably is. I hope Ariel's able to make it back. Okay. I missed Cart's question to you, and I was like, oh, what? What are you talking about, Mitch?
Yeah. Now, I typed something the first time, and it didn't go through. It showed up.
StreamYard's been having a bunch of glitches.
Yeah, it showed up in red because I said I got to mow the neighbors now, Cardi, and it didn't show up. So I said, mine's done now, the neighbors, and it came through.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Ariel, do you want to? Oh,
I had trouble the other day.
Hang on, Mitch. You want to try it, Ariel?
Yeah, I know it works. I'm just messing with y'all now. I did fix it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having trouble the other day trying to get in over there with Mellows and BBA and them.
Yeah.
I couldn't get it every time. You know, I already got the StreamYard, right?
Okay.
So, and every time I hit the link to go to the StreamYard because I had already copied the link. And instead of taking me to my StreamYard, it kept taking me to StreamYard guest. And the guest won't let me in because I got StreamYard. So I go to StreamYard and post the link, and it still wouldn't let me in.
Yeah.
But that's that goddamn British backdoor ass backward shit.
Well, he did get porn bombed the other day.
Yeah, but
in the back. Not in the back, yeah. He told me about it this morning.
Yeah, but I told him the other day to get my email from North Woods and mail it to me directly.
Oh yeah.
So did you, manager? Did you come up here to straighten out the panel? Because Muck's not here right now.
No. Mitch, put your email in the back so I can get it. I'm gonna send you something.
Oh shit!
Now you done it.
It's just a picture, man.
Hold on, let me gotta go to
private chat.
Yeah, you know I'm kind of retarded.
I lost the volume on my computer this morning. I done turned it off, turned it on, took it all apart, put it all back together. I finally got it working. It's just
I would say complain to Sarge because there's probably something left over from that whole Microsoft thing that he didn't fix.
Maybe. Did you shut down the loop on your channel?
You see it back there, Ariel?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I shut it down.
You see it?
Yeah, I got mine. I got mine too.
It's in the back. Don't be passing.
Yeah, that's why I sent that email out this morning.
Don't be passing it around like government cheese now.
No, sir.
Even though these two knuckleheads and Finkel have it, that's all right. I ain't mad at it. I won't be mad at them.
Who said I even looked at it?
Because I know you, Killing. I know your kind. You can tell somebody else that bullshit. You went to my school. You admitted that.
Well,
I don't forget those little things, Killing.
Killen knows that he can't look at stuff like that if it's secret because he has this tendency to read them out loud, and it would be embarrassing for you if he said, "Oh, black supremacist at Gmail." That is an interesting email. So.
Damn, Mug, you had to tell him.
Oh shit!
You know I had to go in there and change my email to that because he said that. It took a while too because Google wanted to argue with me about that one.
I don't blame them.
Oh, I already had your email. My bad, bro.
Where'd you get it?
Don't worry about it. You got his sources.
I had it, bro. Yeah. I may have sent you something before. I don't know.
It's been circulated around the clan.
I believe it. Because I know I gave it to Mountain Girl in Northwoods and a couple of Easy. You might have got it from Easy.
I didn't get it from Easy. I was probably over there when you did that, and I just snatched it up.
Let me tell you a little secret about Ariel there, Mitch.
He lurked
he likes to keep saying that he grew up in the hood.
Yeah.
But what he doesn't tell people is it was a white hood and it came with a robe.
We all know that already.
Ow.
Muckster, you're not supposed to out me like that, bro.
I know you probably do. lot of people got my email. But people don't email me though. Very, very few people email me.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I can understand why.
Yeah,
if
very
they
few
do,
people
most of
like you.
if they do, most of the time I probably don't answer anyway, because I be too busy doing shit.
By the way, Ariel, I think you should know. I told everybody else. Today is Monday.
It is.
Did you catch
Lunes.
this?
Of course, Cart's being all smug about it. Yeah, Monday's almost over here. Yeah.
Did y'all catch that comment?
I'm not even looking.
Oh, really?
Trying to find a picture. Sorry.
Huh.
Howard's comment says communications in France were sabotaged last night. Fiber lines, cell towers, landlines.
And that was a good use of sabotage there, Howard, since that actually is a word that has a French derivation to it.
Got it from the Daily Mail source. Okay.
Do you guys remember what was the name of the show with Jessica Alba? It was a post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, I forget. The guy was in the wheelchair.
Dark Angel.
Dark Angel, yeah.
I had to think about that one for a second.
I think we may be headed for that one of these days, where somebody's just going to shut down all our technology on us.
You have no idea what's coming.
And when that day comes, let me just say, I do want to team up with Jessica Alba.
Hey, I did ask you that one time, Muck, if you watched that show Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, well, I know I watched like the first season, maybe two. I don't know, how long did it last? Is it still on?
There was still a few seasons to go. It was actually pretty interesting. You know, they talk about the end times, the 4 horsemen, and the headless horsemen, and all that shit. They got witches and everything, and but it's about stopping the apocalypse from coming.
Okay, that's where my sister lives, in Sleepy Hollow, Tarrytown, New York.
I've heard the name, Howard. I would have never remembered it that way, in that context.
I was thinking pretty much the same thing when he said it. I thought, oh yeah, I've heard of it. I have no idea how it differs from any other martial art, but I've heard it.
Savat is all knees and feet.
Oh, I thought that was something Jewish.
Yeah, Savat is
Savat Shalom.
Yeah, Savat is a martial art. It's a French martial art, but it's all knees and feet.
Mitch, you check your email? You check your email, Mitch?
I'll check it when I get around.
Yeah, when you get a chance. I'm gonna send you there'll be 2 pictures in there.
Oh Lord.
Not
Ariel,
bad.
I've asked you to quit sending those out.
Hey man, I don't need no more booty pics.
I gotta find that other one. No, this is.
I'm tired of getting the double.
Mitch got a screwdriver in his hand. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm tired of getting the double peach pics. I don't need to see.
We know better than that, Mitch. I've
seen 20 toes down.
I've seen some of the stuff you've shown on your channel, Black Tape Project, and I know you don't get tired of those. So don't sit here and tell no lies on this panel.
Hey, I was trying to be discreet. Be telling all my secrets now.
Uh-huh. You thought you didn't think anybody would remember that, did you?
Hey, you know something, no killer? We got a copyright strike for that shit.
Well,
I don't care though. My channel ain't monetized.
You know,
but ain't no telling what might be on my channel.
YouTube's run by a bunch of those bleeding heart liberals. They can't take anything.
But you know, they answer to them big motherfuckers up top at Alphabet. And them bleeding heart motherfuckers, they're dancing on the razor blade with the FEC on every corner with all these motherfucking rule changes.
Now, you know, I was taking a shot at Muck and Finkel because they both claim to be bleeding heart liberals.
No idea what y'all talking about.
Well, Finkel bleeds a little more than me, but yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know if you were here when I said it, Killen, or not. But can you believe Jocelyn actually sent me a thank you note saying, "I want to thank you and the guys for letting me tell my story."
No, that's nice of her, but
I know it's like we owe her.
have you or are you planning on mentioning anything about part 2 this early?
No, let's wait till it gets closer,
Okay.
and then
We could do.
I have told people that there will be a part 2.
Okay. I won't go any further into that. I'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
When Mitch ain't around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, that's for behind the scenes anyway, because that's an FMAC podcast product. I'm not part of FMAC. I'm part of the Mitch. I'm part of the Mitch committee.
You see that, Mitch?
Yeah. No, it's not supposed to say butthurt. It's supposed to say Fafo cream. It's not supposed to say.
It says Fafo right there on it.
Yeah. But see, it's supposed to say Fafo cream for the ass people.
Man, you just got to criticize, don't
you? Know how hard this was to make? I have to redo it, but yeah, all right.
No, I like it like that. I'm just fucking with you.
No, you've already been complaining.
It says OG Mitch up here. Feel the difference with Mitch.
Butthurt cream. Relieve pain instantly. Fuck around and find out.
Release pain, reduces swelling, reduces redness.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. You misspelled redness.
Did I? Oh, okay.
No, but I just like say that to mess with you.
That's all right.
I spelled Fafo wrong too.
Hey, he should have. No, you didn't spell Fafo wrong.
No, I know. I'm just playing.
Hey, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered if you spelled a word wrong. I spell words and wrong in the chat all the time.
You know, one of my favorite things I see on like Facebook and that or any chat thing is when somebody tries to put somebody down for a grammar mistake and they mention, you know, that they misspelled something and they only put one L in misspell. But go ahead. You were going to say something to Angel.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Angel, you know, I noticed he was changing backgrounds on that. He needs to put one in there with Mitch on a farm.
I think I got one with him on a farm. I'm not sure, but yeah.
A bunch of chickens and stuff around him.
Yeah.
There's got to be one big black one.
I was going to say, big black cock.
Got to have that in a screwdriver. Lead my army with a screwdriver. And the big black cock got to have a white afro.
Mitch leads an army that's chicken shit.
Hey.
Pardon my French.
Chicken shit's good for you.
I wouldn't know. I've never ate it intentionally anyway.
It produces eggs. And mushrooms.
Well, I don't need to be laying no eggs.
It produces good mushrooms.
I'm sure you would know.
I went to college with the two guys. They were twins, and they lived near somewhere there in western PA. There's a big mushroom cave. It's sort of like the local industry, you know, where that's like everybody's first job and stuff. They said that place stunk.
Hey.
Throw that comment up there for a minute. I know none of us are affected by that, but we do have some overseas people.
Damn.
Geez, the whole world's going nuts.
They done went to hell in a handbasket.
Howard, I don't know anything about that 68 Olympics.
Yeah, I just mentioned a little bit back because I had no idea. I asked where the Democrats were holding their convention this year, and Finkel said Chicago. I said, yeah, that worked out really good for them last time they did that because there were riots. And the 68 Olympics was one of the guys, I think it was track, he won a gold medal. And when he went up, this just shows you, this caused a huge stir. When he went up and got his medal while they were playing the national anthem, he did this. And they took his medals away because that was Black Power. And they thought that was just a terrible, terrible political statement to be making at the Olympics.
These freaking liberal snowflakes.
Must have been a white person who did that.
Yeah. I said it was track. Obviously, it was a black guy.
Oh, if it was track, it was a white guy. It was
Jesse Owens did it, 1936 at the Olympics.
Well, see, that's the thing though. Before that era, before the '60s era, that's not that. That was just raising your hand in victory.
Yeah. Yeah, in the 60s, it became Black Power, and they all got, all them damn white people got all upset.
Well,
we can't have the Negroes thinking they're just like us.
Yeah, they're not really free. We just let them walk around,
Yeah, we just,
Who is really free?
What we meant when we set them free was we just weren't going to feed them anymore, but we were still going to let them do all the dirty work. Don't they understand that?
That's the whole thing about it, Mark. A lot of people thought the Civil War was about slavery. It wasn't about slavery. It was about free labor for agriculture, because that's where all the money was coming from.
One of my many majors in college for a while was economics, and I can remember a professor did a study or whatever you want to call it at the time, and he said that actually, if they had paid their African people the going wage, of the time, that the plantations would have actually made more money because they actually spent more money housing and feeding. And, and of course, all that extra money you had to put into whips and chains and stuff. But he said actually they would have had a better economy if they were paying people.
And then they tried sharecropping, but they tried the sharecropping thing the wrong way. You give us 80% and you keep 20%. But now, if you're being greedy, the people are going to produce even less because you're pushing them too hard because you want too much now.
Now that you say it, I think that was one of his points also. Is that nobody's going to work hard under those conditions. Thus, the old stereotype was the lazy black man,
And
I want to interject too. And I'm not trying to lessen the effect on whatever you want to call African American, black, whatever population. But they were not the only people forced into slavery at that time.
Why you starting stuff, man? Why you starting stuff?
Hey, I'm not trying to start anything.
No, he's telling the truth, Ariel.
Listen, y'all believe this Pan-African crap that all black people came from Africa? Come on, man. Black people were already here. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Hey,
I never said that.
My great-grandmother came over here from Ireland in 1900. She was an indentured servant in California for 7 years.
And that's what most of them were.
She married a full-blooded Apache that was native to this country. My grandmother was half Apache, half Irish. She married a Cherokee. Everybody on my dad's side of the family is black. Both my great-grandmothers stayed alive until I was born. There was 53 girls born before me. But they used to tell me the stories at their knee when I was a kid. And I was at the hospital with both my great-grandmothers when they were dying. They were telling me these stories while they were in the hospital bed dying of how life was back then and stuff like that. So it interests me in history, the real history, because they were telling it to me from what they lived through. So it's kind of hard to offend me when people throw the N word around and all these racist terms. You can't offend me because I got people from all walks of life in my family, and I don't care what you say. It means nothing because most people don't know the etymology of a word and why it even existed in the first place.
Guadalupe on here, but I'm guessing it'll be the last one on the list because I looked at this list.
What the hell is that?
Lex is he's just.
Can you hear what I'm doing?
I could hear.
Here's somebody, yeah, something.
Sorry. Just something from the other day. I didn't think you can hear it.
Yeah, it was coming through. That's why I said, "What the hell is that?"
It was Muckster talking.
Thought it sounded like something stupid.
Yeah.
Well, you know how to derail a conversation, Manager Angel.
Sorry. Can I say,
no.
Let me say this. Never have a conversation with Jerry on the phone. Good Lord.
Oh, God. When you said you were going to call him, Mike, I almost said, stop, don't do it.
Let me tell you something. First of all, it sounded like he was running, right? And then I heard sirens. I said, are you running from the police? Good Lord. He's like a kid that just drank a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi and they just let him loose. Just running wild. I think he needs to do some real drugs so he could slow down because he's too damn fast, man.
Are you looking at the screen, Errol?
Yeah, I don't know what the St. Patrick's Brigade is.
Mm-hmm. St. Patrick's Brigade, where's that at?
Howard made a comment. There
Yeah,
you go.
I see it.
Screen.
Okay.
I've not heard of it referred to that way. I may have heard of the event or something, but
well, I see he also
I think I know what it is then. Yeah.
He says it's an Irish rebel song.
Okay.
I'll check it out, Howard. You all know that all the people that used to live over there aren't the people that are there now, right? In Ireland.
Well, yeah, because people tend to die every so many years.
Okay.
I got a good one for you, Muck, since you like trivia. What was the first state in the United States to have a Mardi Gras?
First state? Well, you would think the obvious answer would be Louisiana, but I'm guessing since you asked, it wasn't. So let me think what else would make sense. I can't think of anywhere but the Louisiana Territory that was primarily French, so I'll go with New York.
Go with who?
New York.
Nope.
I was thinking northern state myself, but I don't.
Well, I just went with New York because I figured a lot of immigrants, because like I said, you would automatically think Louisiana.
Alabama.
Oh, well, nobody pays any attention to Alabama.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting.
Yeah, I was reading one of those Reader's Digest that has all the weird stuff in it.
Hey, fact.
And it was in there because I thought it was Louisiana too, and it said Alabama was the first state in the United States to have Mardi Gras.
Yeah, that's one of those questions that's, you know, like you think you know it, and when someone asks a question like that, you go, "Well, I guess that's not going to be the obvious then." Of course, you never know too. A lot of times, things you think should be obvious to people, you know, like, oh, who was the first president of the United States? Ben Franklin, you know, so you can't always count on what you think people will know.
I asked somebody one day, I say, where was George Washington sworn in?
In a building.
No, think about the question and the way most people, yeah, he was sworn in the building, but think about what most people say. The first thing they say is the White House.
Yeah.
The White House wasn't even built when George Washington was sworn in.
Yeah, he's probably some Freemason place when he did it.
No, George Washington was sworn in at a church on Wall Street under the cedars of Lebanon.
I want to point out, fact is in the chat, and he dropped a little
fact
of madness.
No, I wondered if you saying you dropped a little.
Yeah, he did drop some facts for us. It goes back to a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Well, I did have the pictures up on the screen a little bit ago.
Yeah. But they're pretty. I think it's two of the comments or one long comment, but it does pertain to the conversation we were having. There you go. Mitch, have you heard of the Jubilee on the Alabama coast?
Yep. I like to learn stuff from a historical standpoint, so I roam all over the place looking at the history of stuff, how we got to where we are today, because you have to look at the past in order to see the present. And I read a lot of case laws because I did a lot of time, so you have to read about these states to understand what was going on at that time in these states. Then you learn about the history and the culture of the state, and you understand why these laws were passed and why the courts ruled this way on them and all that. So I look at it from a historical, legal standpoint, but it's logical. So you run across a lot of stuff. A lot of people wouldn't even know about the crawfish jubilees and all that stuff that they have in Alabama, and like they do in Louisiana. They had the big crawfish and crab jubilees down there. They have big
dropping a little more on that.
They have big fishing
I'd
tournaments.
Forgotten about that.
Man, they have big fishing tournaments and all kind of stuff come out of Alabama that most people aren't even aware of.
Now that Carp mentioned that, I can remember that the Australian was sort of quietly supporting them.
Okay, random question.
Uh-oh.
I'll give you a random answer.
I'm sure you will.
I'll be generally specific.
73. I'm going with 73.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be funny if you were going to say, what date did this happen? But anyway, go ahead.
No, it's off topic. But does anybody have any issues besides myself with people going back and pulling quotes that were made in a specific era and then having outrage about them now?
Yeah. Judging them by today's standards. Yep. I mean, I sort of go both ways on that because, you look at like the big topics like slavery and stuff, and you go, well, they should have known that was wrong. But on the other hand, like you're saying, when they'll say, somebody back in 1965 said, women should know their place or something or whatever it is. And it's like, okay, at the time though, most people agreed with that,
Yeah, I mean, it's taking what was socially acceptable at that period of time
Here goes
and trying to apply today's standards.
Now, in that vein, here goes a question: who made interracial dating acceptable at the time in the late 60s or early 60s when it came out? What actor made interracial dating acceptable? I can't say actor and actress no more. You just got to say actor to be politically correct.
I don't know, but I know the first interracial kiss on television was Star Trek.
There was Guess Who's Coming to Dinner with Sidney Poitier and what's her name?
Oh, I thought you meant somebody. I thought you meant like real life.
No, but that's the first time there was ever an interracial relationship.
Kusa had the answer, and Kusa said Sidney Poitier in the chat.
Yeah, well, misspelled it. That's actually Sidney Portia. You're putting you're putting him over there in Merchant of Venice. But yeah, you're right.
You get one point.
And that was a great movie, by the way.
Yeah,
it was Spencer Tracy's last movie. He was dying while he made it. Him and Hepburn were always brilliant together. And and of course Sidney Poitier. You cannot beat Sidney Poitier.
And I'm trying
whatever. I'm gonna go get me a coffee. I'll be back, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Finally.
But there's a lot of interesting trivia questions out there, even if it's a movie or a TV show or a speech or something that pertain to what's going on right now, even though it was way back in the 50s, 60s, or 70s.
Well, Mitch, I'm sure you know this too because you are 78 years old.
I'm 943, man. Get it right.
Don't you find it kind of amazing? This is something I've thought about a few times. A lot of this stuff, the controversies of like my childhood and that today are now mostly settled for most people. Things like gay marriage and legalized marijuana. But on the other hand, things that we thought was settled a long time ago are now still being argued about. Like say abortion or civil rights. It just I don't understand how that happens.
It's the things they know. It's divide and conquer. It's one of those
exactly
things.
Where I was going with it.
Yeah. It's one of those things. As long as there's chaos, they have control. When there's no more chaos, they have no more control. Like I tell people all the time, Aldous Huxley said it best. Democracy is a prison without fences that the people have become accustomed to living in.
See, I always just blame the Puerto Ricans, but okay.
Need to read Nikki's comment.
I was just leaning forward so I could see it better. Hays Code Association explicitly forbade the depiction.
There's another part to it at the bottom.
Yep. That's 100% true, Nikki.
It's interesting that unless my chat just isn't scrolled down because the second part did not come up for me over in YouTube, but it is over here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll put it up on the screen for you.
Oh yeah, I saw that. No, but I mean, I don't even see it over on the YouTube side so far.
Oh, but
I saw it come up in the stream. I see the last thing I see. Well, I see Cart's comment. I didn't see Nikki's second comment. It's like my chat just stopped.
I don't see it on the Finkel channel on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I can see
Okay.
it. I can see it on mine. I was on YouTube and I just came up on StreamYard, but I can see it on mine. I
Yeah,
think it
that's
says
weird.
1930, the motion picture production code, what
Oh,
they call
wait.
the Hays Code
No,
after the
It
motion
just came
picture.
in.
no, it didn't. That's a different one.
Yeah,
Oh, well, yeah, that is weird. Well, Nikki's
yeah,
weird.
yeah. It's coming
Huh.
up weird. It's coming up. There's a delay in it somewhere.
I say we blame Sarge. He hasn't got the whole Microsoft
Yeah,
update, so it's messing up.
I,
StreamYard, YouTube, everything.
I think the cheap bastard isn't paying our bills.
Man, Sarge is still running on Yahoo.
Okay, quick, Mitch. Here's one for you. Where does the name Yahoo come from?
That is a good one. I never even thought about that.
I thought you might know this, having been a well-read man. Maybe you never read this book.
You freaking Yahoo.
Yeah, it was actually the name of one of the races in Gulliver's Travels.
Oh, you know something? I did read Gulliver Travels, but hell, that's been 20 years ago. That's a good story though.
Yeah,
The land of Lilliput.
yeah. I can't remember. Yeah, the Lilliputians, of course, were the
The
tiny
little,
people.
yeah, they tied Gulliver up.
Yeah. I think if I remember right, the Yahoos were sort of like they were centaurs or something like that. And was there also a land of giants?
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
was the little people.
yeah.
And there was some good there was some good stories back in them days. Some of this shit they write now is trash. I was reading Lee Child Jack Reacher series. That's pretty good. And
I used to read Jack Reacher all the time. Oh my God, was I so pissed when that first movie they made, Tom Cruise.
yeah,
You know,
man,
I a lot of times when they'll make movies and people go, "Oh, that character's not supposed to be black" or whatever, and it's like it doesn't really matter for the character. Tom Cruise's Jack Reacher just did not work.
yeah, he's the wrong size.
Yeah,
And they describe Jack Reacher 6 foot plus,
yeah.
240 pounds plus, with blonde hair and blue eyes.
And and the thing about it too is that was important to the character. A lot of times, like a character, it doesn't matter like what race they are, or even like other physical things, But with Reacher, that was a part of the character that he was. It always ranged anywhere from like 6'4" to 6'6", and like you said, around 240 pounds. But did you ever watch the Amazon series? Now that guy looks
Yeah,
like Jack Reacher.
yeah, he played in a couple other movies too, or TV shows.
Howard, I was just trying to remember the name of those books the other day. I was thinking of the Dresden Files. They were good.
The Butcher, the Dresden Files. Yeah, that's a good sci-fi. Now,
Yeah. I
if you
like it.
want to
They were,
read,
hmm,
go ahead, Mark.
well, I was just going to say they were set in like a similar world as like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. There was like all that supernatural stuff going on that most people didn't know about.
Yeah. If you want to read a good series, a fantasy series, you got to read The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Man, I read the. He died, and Brandon Sanderson finished off the last of them from
Mm.
the manuscript that he left behind. When Brandon Sanderson got uh, a couple pretty good series of books. You
Yeah.
got the Mistborn series and the Way of Radiance or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, I'm like you,
Kind
Mark.
of,
I read all kind of weird shit.
kind of brushed past this, but I'm gonna put it up on the screen.
Yeah, I saw that.
She's not wrong. most of, we'll call it media, whether it's television, social, whatever, you trace them far enough, they're all owned by the same people. They all control it.
Yeah, leave my family out of this.
I wasn't going to call any names.
Hey, listen, it ain't my fault my kids took over from me carving on stones and figured out a way to scam people. I tried to discipline them
admitted you're a
fuckers.
scam artist.
I tried to discipline them fuckers, but they wouldn't listen.
Do you know that second part of Nikki's, or I'm sorry, was it, or oh, it was Cart? No, it was Nikki. The second part of Nikki's statement for me never did come up over on the YouTube side.
No, the second part didn't come up.
Howard said there was the Chicago Wizard in the Yellow Pages.
Yeah, that was Dresden.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good ones.
That's that kind of like that steampunk shit.
Dresden?
No, I was asking, is it kind of like that that steampunk weird kind of society where there's shit going on below the surface that other people don't know about?
Yeah, well, but like I said, I always sort of thought it was kind of like the Buffy the Vampire world, that it was just like, it's like for most of us, it's like just regular life the way we're living it, and we have no idea that there's this private detective wizard running around trying to keep the supernatural people in line and stuff. It's I think
Howard, I tried to look into that a little bit, and I got disgusted with it, and I couldn't go any further with it.
What's that?
The Project 2025 stuff.
Oh, see, no, I'm not seeing that comment.
I can see it in StreamYard.
Yeah, that's Howard.
Yeah.
I think I posted something. I posted something on my community page about a list of talking points for 2025 from somebody.
I am not even seeing that comment on StreamYard.
It's not coming up on YouTube.
Howard said, take a really deep dive into Project 2025 and look at their plans for media.
Okay, I see it now.
Then he said, does anyone watch Supernatural? Yeah, I used to watch Dean and Sam Winchester.
Yeah, I didn't watch like the last season or so, but it was a good one. And what was the other one?
You got to be a little more specific than that.
I know. The one guy, wasn't the one guy like a werewolf and
Grimm.
Grimm, yeah, Grimm was good.
Yeah, them babies at the end. That was the best part, the way it ended. They left it open for a whole nother series to start, and they never did. I used to watch it because I like the adaptation on the Grimm's fairy tales.
Howard says The Boys, the entire cast is in it. I'm assuming he's talking about a movie or
The Boys is a series on Amazon. I watched the first season, and it started getting even too weird for me. It's another supernatural one. Well, actually, it's not supernatural. It's superheroes.
Oh, okay.
And some of them are kind of evil, but yeah, it's like
like a bad.
They're like incorporated, It's
Evil Incorporated.
Yeah, I liked it when it first came on. It was a neat concept, but just some of it just got too weird for me. Like with a guy who's like the most popular superhero in the world, actually just being a nasty rapist kind of a guy behind the scenes, and but that's me. I know it's still popular. I think it's in its third, fourth season or whatever.
And I just want to point out, I know we're covering a myriad of topics right now at least since I've been up here, but that's what this panel is about. It's not about a specific topic. Bring it up.
See,
we'll talk about it.
It's funny because you were just saying earlier about us disagreeing with each other, and I was just sitting here just now thinking, what do the '68 Olympics and the Supernatural and all that have to do with Finkel's haircut?
And I was thinking about I need a cup of coffee.
I just made one. Yeah.
All I know, like I said earlier, I blame the Puerto Ricans.
You should.
Yeah. I don't know that I blame the Puerto Ricans, but I'll definitely blame Ariel.
He's no angel.
That's right.
Most definitely not.
So, you guys, I try not to watch the viewer count the way Sarge does.
Yeah.
But when I went off the air last night after being on for 4.5 hours, we still had over 20 people in here.
Oh, did you leave it running?
Yeah, I did the thing where I left the room and let people have time to finish. Yeah.
I should have did that the other day because there was people there and I left, but didn't think about that.
Yeah, I like to do it, especially, if there's only like, 3, 4, or 5 people left, then, I just go ahead and shut down. But yeah, when there's a number of people and they're over there chatting and having a good time, might as well let them have that extra 20 minutes to say their good nights and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I was busy watching the game.
Yeah, it seems like I remember you wandering through a couple of times, throwing out your little communist rants.
Yeah, I like to.
Oh, so he was watching chess.
I did throw up a Cuban flag in there and won. Someone said communist. I just threw the flag up.
I saw you put a flag up the one time, and I wasn't even paying attention. I thought it was just Puerto Rico.
I did throw that one up too.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to the horse talk.
I wasn't talking at the time.
Not talking about you, Ed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I just gave away your real name.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's bound to come out sooner or later.
Somebody mentioned Mr. Ed last night, and I said, a horse is a horse, of course, of course. And they said, I'm surprised you remember that. It's like, have we met? I'm 136 years old.
Yeah, that's right.
And I don't know what Nikki's laughing at, but it always makes me nervous when she does. This is what you guys, you see, you weren't here, so you're not going to believe me. But for that last hour or so, it was me and Nikki and Chris. And I was sitting here. This is another part you won't believe. I was mostly quiet, okay?
That's it. I'm sorry. I don't.
Well, it gets weirder. It gets weirder. Trust me, because it didn't even occur to me for quite a while because it just seemed normal. But I thought, holy crap, Nikki and Chris are holding a real conversation, and Chris is not doing 20-minute monologues. It was like an equal back and forth.
Yeah.
And that's when we found out that Nikki is a bitch.
Yeah. I was there for that.
Yeah.
Well, we all know if it was a night panel, I wasn't there.
And we also found out that Chris is a tub waffle.
That's probably one of the nicest things he's been called.
Well, it's one of those things that I don't even know who said it first. We were making up ways for Tiffany to kill Chris by throwing electrical appliances in his bath water. And I brought up a waffle iron, and somebody mentioned tub waffle, and then we just went off on that because it just it sounds like the kind of thing you'd call somebody, hey, you dirty tub waffle. You don't know what it means, but it just sounds like an insult. And Nikki agrees with me that we think Chris left here last night, didn't even realize his name was changed.
Uh-oh.
The Supreme Tub Waffle or something like that.
Oh, hey, Nerdy's in the chat.
Hey,
Nerdy,
Nerdy.
that is not Nerdy. I'm sorry, you guys are way behind. That is Nerdy Joe.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't know we were going formal.
Yeah.
You said Nerdy Joe?
Nerdy Joe.
Okay.
I'm
Like
telling you,
Curly Joe?
Yep, big things happened last night. We
Holy crap.
made Chris a tub waffle. We found out that Nikki is a wabitch, and Nerdy's been renamed to Nerdy Joe.
Nerdy, I don't know. I can't answer that because I'm behind the times. Missing that live.
I taught Killen a new word, but I don't think he remembered it.
Oh, I remember you teaching him the word, and I couldn't follow it at all.
But
yeah, see the things you miss when you go to bed before 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I
was up at 4 something in the morning. Been up since.
I might have been, actually. I think that's about what time I went to bed. So I don't know why I woke up at 8 o'clock, because I didn't even have a bunch of crazy people blowing up my phone with text.
It rained all night over here. Still cloudy, there's some rain coming through.
Yeah, Nerdy Joe wants you to make her a Nerdy Joe avatar.
Okay.
Does it have to be use the face of the avatar you're using now?
Well, she is a deer. I don't
know what that thing is. Is that a baby gazelle? What is that? A deer? What is it?
Yeah, I do believe it's a deer. We can make it. No, I was just going to do that too.
Can you see it on the screen now, Aaron?
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, that's the full picture.
Deers have ears like that?
Well, that obviously that breed does.
Inside?
I
mean, that's not the way the white-tailed deer around here look.
Well, I was going to say it's a different species of deer.
Yeah.
You see how the racism comes out of you?
Yep.
You said white-tail. You're a white-tailed deer. Couldn't be any other kind. Had to be the white kind.
Thought you were talking about me because I said something about the species.
What just happened there? How did that change on me?
What are you showing me?
Oh, there it is. There, a little bigger picture.
Yeah.
By the way, while we're there, folks, you can see Nerdy Joe is a bit of a crafty person.
Yeah. Go check out our page, guys.
And I thought that was like a bouquet of flowers, but is that deer eating popcorn?
What the hell's a mule deer?
Mule deer is it's in size, it's kind of like between regular deer and mooses.
Oh.
It's a rather large. I bet you're right, Nerdy Joe. A springbok. Yep.
Wait a minute.
Let me Google springbok. As soon as I saw you said that sounded like I believe I've seen that before. Maybe. Yes, I think so. Even though this one kind of has devil horns.
Hey, Nerdy.
See, if you take the horns away, doesn't that pretty much look like Nerdy Joe's picture?
Yeah.
It's got that long, skinny face and those extended ears. The better to hear you with, Grandma.
Where is this one from? Africa?
Yeah, I do believe they're African. So now you're going all racist on us. Oh, they
Well, they
must
don't
be
look black.
African.
They
They
don't
look
look black to me. So
they look goofy. They must be African. Yeah, it does. It's over here. It says springbok, African antelope.
now I see the Baphomet there in the middle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And down here you can see them getting kind of horny.
Yeah, I like the other one. The one on the bottom. That's
The one that is actually springbocking.
yeah, that one. Yeah, that's cool right there. I like that.
Yeah, that is a good shot. It's got pretty. That one's got a pretty color on its fur too. You know, it's a little more.
Like a red or orange.
Yeah.
I'm over here trying to scroll.
I've done that too. Somebody will be showing something and I'm trying to hit play or whatever.
And then there was the sound of silence.
Well, you know, that happens when Nerdy Joe gets here because everybody's afraid of what they're going to say. Nobody wants to offend a woman who arm wrestles polar bears. More money, by the way.
What's it called again, Muckster? Spring what?
Springbok. Yeah.
Be okay? Bach.
Yep.
Yes.
It's all one word. Springbok.
So is it a Bach?
Oh.
Who was Bach? Was Bach like a pianist or somebody? Or
Yeah. Well, actually, Bach was two musicians because there was Johannes Bach and Johann Sebastian Bach, and you won't believe how they were related.
were
They were married. They were married, yes.
Okay. So we believe it then.
You know, Cart, the most interesting thing about that little bit of trivia is, yeah, we're in America. We don't care about rugby. Have we not made this clear? We don't care what you do in those other countries.
No, you don't.
As long as you send us your oil.
Oil,
Yes.
precious metals,
Yeah.
things like that.
Everything. Your women.
You know,
anything we like.
one of a comment I always liked. I mean, tell me this is not a typical stupid American. I used to, a lot of times when I'd get up in the morning, I'd turn on C-SPAN. There was a guy that did a call-in show.
That's typical stupid American. Turn it on.
Stop talking about killing that way.
But it was right during the whole thing, you know, when people were talking about freedom fries and stuff like that, because they were all mad that France wasn't going to go off and follow Bush into Iraq or whatever it was. But anyway, people were pissed at France. And the guy that day had the French ambassador on, and the lady called in and she said to him, I just want to tell you, my husband and I are very disappointed in France. And I hate to do it. She said, we always liked French products. She said, but I am no longer buying French wine. I said, okay. French yeah. She's not French perfume. Okay. And then she said, like, French bread. And I thought, lady, do you really think that stuff you go to the grocery store and it was imported from France? And I had to give that ambassador credit. He just didn't go, my God, you're a moron, lady. He was just like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Right now.
I know. It's like, I think it seems like she mentioned something else too. It wasn't French fries, but I remember French bread for sure. She actually thought that was an imported product from France.
Yeah.
John Prine was a Paradise Muckster.
John Prine Paradise, Muckster. I don't know the reference, so.
John Prine's a musician.
Oh, okay.
He wrote a lot of like satirical songs and stuff like that.
Only Muckster would know that shit.
And
No,
apparently
Howard
If it's his attitude or his way of being.
I'll lay off of Howard.
You're telling us to lay off Howard? This is opposite day or something? We're nice to Howard.
Well,
Most of the time.
That's your problem.
I try not to piss Howard off. I want Howard to come in and have a good time.
Don't worry, Howard. Nothing's going to change in the way we react to you.
Is it 420 yet, Howard? You'll feel better after that.
Somewhere.
Oh, wait a minute. Nerdy Joe has a new avatar already? Did I black out for a second?
Yeah. You want to see it again?
Yeah, I wasn't paying any attention to you as usual.
I thought you said okay.
I only saw it flash
Oh, when you said, how about that? I thought you were just showing a picture. Okay, yeah, that was okay.
What do you think, Nerdy?
Answer to your earlier question from Howard has been 420 for a few minutes now.
Okay.
She said she gave you some feedback on it.
It's 420 shit. I knew something was wrong with my clock. He keeps saying.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with you.
My clock been saying 420 for the longest.
That's because you haven't checked the battery.
Hey, that's a cool picture, Ariel.
Yeah, thanks. Talking about the one I sent you? The one I sent you, or?
Yeah, the one you sent me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I got a word for you too, Killing. Fuck you too.
Why, whatever would you be saying that for?
That's for me to know and you to find out. Scratch the bee in your bonnet for a while.
I already know. And I told you why I did it.
I expected no less.
Nerdy. I don't suppose you've ever traveled to Mexico, have you, Nerdy? Where when you go and you're buying stuff from street vendors and stuff, they say you never accept the first price. Well, you kind of get the same thing with Ariel. Never accept the first picture he shows you because he's going to come up with 43 more.
There is a couple more.
Yeah, Mitch.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, Mark.
Yeah, kind of. I've thought it a few times.
I was sitting there and I didn't think about it like that, but the same kind of thought crossed my mind. But man, that's one thing me and you can agree on, Mark. If we don't agree on nothing else, we can agree on that.
Yep, that the Puerto Ricans have to go.
Yep.
You know what it is? You know what it is, Mitch? Now, you are a proud black supremacist. Them Puerto Ricans, they can't decide, am I white? Am I brown? How are we supposed to know whether or not to hate them if they won't pick a damn color?
That's right.
They're the smart ones. But I always wanted to know how I got to be black and my skin is brown. If I stay out in the sun too long, I start looking like a copper penny.
Yeah.
I want to know how I got to be labeled black. My hair used to be black when I was 12.
Gray ever since.
Yeah. I woke up with a gray streak in my hair at 12 years old and gray in my mustache.
I will be back again, but Howard says he makes his own moonshine, and I think that explains a lot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This is why they made it illegal, because the first bit that comes out is poison. Not supposed to drink that, Howard. What you laughing at, bro? I hear you laughing back there.
I'm just reading Howard's comment.
Oh, I can't see, man. I'm not looking.
It's legal and regulated in my state, so my buzz is, quote, but undocumented, unquote.
They sell moonshine in some states. They sell like 70% moonshine in the liquor store.
That ain't real moonshine.
No, it ain't. It's store brand, like.
It still is, man.
Yeah, but now you can find you some Golden Grain or some Everclear. That's 190 proof.
Yeah, that pure grain.
Yep. They got a bottle with a brown label. They got two cross sheets of weed on it. It says Golden Grain on it. That shit 190 proof, and it would set your ass in the chair.
Yep.
And then Everclear put your dick in the dirt, cause it's white. Everclear is white, and Golden Grain they had one in brown and one in white. The one in brown Golden Grain is hard to find. I used to work in a bar. There's all kind of weird shit they bring through for you to experiment with. I've seen them open some bottles up, and the shit was so dark it was almost black, and it smelled like sewage. And people were sucking that shit down like it was Kool-Aid.
I like that one, Nerdy. That one's a girl.
Pull up the one that's far right there.
Hold on. That's another one.
I'll show you what I mean by moonshine. It's not liquor.
Yeah, she's got her devil horns. All right, well,
yeah,
Howard.
I don't mean liquor when I say moonshine. I do not drink, gentlemen. What I mean, in my state, you can buy legally weed, prepackaged. Okay? So my moonshine is what I grow myself. It's undocumented weed. Just like moonshine liquor is liquor that's not been taxed. The government hasn't gotten their cut. So my buzz is undocumented this morning.
I think you can make moonshine for yourself. You just can't you can't mass produce it, just like beer and wine.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Like I say, I don't drink. But I do smoke the crap out of some weed. So
you can't mass produce 50 gallons for yourself.
Oh man. I buy all kinds of seeds, man. I get them from the seed banks in Europe, and they'll ship them to this country.
Okay,
but
I'm smoking some shit right now called rainbow dreamsicle.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. I
Dude
want to
grew
try.
it. Dude grew it in his backyard.
Yeah,
Shit, gas.
I've been smoking. I've been smoking homegrown for
Yeah, he give
a
me
long time.
he give me the when he harvests the plant, he give me a bag of the bottom nuggets to sample.
That one nerdy.
You know I like the stuff on the bottom and the stuff that all that bottom nugget stuff that fall off on the bottom. He give me
The
he give me a bunch of them because he know I know where the good shit at. Man, don't pawn that top flower shit off on me. I want that shit that fell on the ground.
oh yeah, the shake. Hey, if it's good weed, the shake is actually really good.
Not
I
just not
w-
just
w-
because of the shake, you get those nuggets that can't hold any more THC that fall off the plant down there
yeah,
too. And
and
he's got plastic around it so it all falls on the plastic inside of the tub. And you got
yeah,
all
so
these
he doesn't lose his
crystals.
teeth.
Yeah, you got all these crystals and all this good shit down in there. He makes hash with the shake and the crystals. He
Finger
doesn't
hash,
make
man.
Yeah, he doesn't use the weed. He squeezes the weed with his hands and gets his hands all sticky and mixes that shit up and then he scrapes his hands.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he gives me a little ball of that and he gives me a bunch of bottom nuggets that fell down in there that fell off. Just to
That's
sample before he starts selling it.
that's probably the most potent part of the grow right there.
Yeah.
You know, for real.
And he's
Those,
growing it outside in the dirt.
those trichomes and stuff, they're wow, they're potent as hell.
You
And
know,
that's what those little crystals are called. They're called trichomes.
yeah, you know, I'm
They
a
call
weed
them teeth.
head. I'm a weed head. I've been smoking weed since the 70s, back when they had
Same, same.
tie stick inside the weed stalk instead of that shit they call tie stick nowadays. When
Yeah,
I
I
first
can't.
started,
If I go to the local dispensary, I can get like they call it Thai. Okay, and it is a landrace sativa derived from Thailand. But no, the old Thai stick. Yeah, I remember that too.
because
Oh,
you were smoking it through a stalk of weed with the weed wrapped with strips of the weed wrapped around it to tie it together. That's why they called it tie stick, because you were smoking one long bud of weed inside of the weed stalk itself. You light that bitch, take one hit, you're burning the inside of the stalk where there's THC, all the alphas and betas and shit the motherfuckers are getting rid of. You're
I
smoking all that shit. That's why it was a one hitter quitter.
I never ever smoked that or seen that. What we
That was a
called
real
what we called Thai stick was just nice, big old pretty buds that had been on that they put them on a stick, just like they'd put the meat on it on the stick in a Chinese restaurant. But then they would use, I guess, strands from the weed stalk to wrap around, and you would get it was about a 6-inch piece of weed stem with buds
yeah,
tied to it all the way up the stick. But it
yeah,
was, like I say, it was a landrace sativa
yeah.
from Thailand.
Yeah. My uncle used to sell weed back in the 70s. So he used to get real tastic. My uncle had weed, Colombian gold, Maui, Wowie, Sesame, you name it.
Yeah.
He had it. He had weed from Africa that was green as the grass, and it was called monkey paw because it looked like a monkey fist.
Oh man.
And that shit there, you smoke that shit 7 hours later, you still sitting in the same spot you started.
Y'all some crackheads.
Oh man. I smoke this. Yeah, I don't smoke crack. It's bad for you.
Crack is whack, and it makes you lose your asshole in the back.
Oh God. It's as bad, if not worse, than fucking meth.
I've seen people
Okay.
I've seen dudes put
I don't
pillowcases
know.
on their heads and crawl under a table.
Did you guys, by any chance, happen to catch an article that the Washington Post wrote about how easy it is to get the chemicals and the precursor chemicals to make fentanyl? They did a investigative report and they ordered online from China, okay, the precursor chemical known as piperidone, not piperidine, piperidone. And then they picked up the precursor chemicals, which are what, cause the reaction and form the new compound locally. And they, for $3,600, they bought enough chemicals to make 3 million hits of fentanyl.
I'm going to put a little disclaimer in and say, don't do drugs, folks. They're bad for you.
Well, I know for a fact that if you look on YouTube for piperidine, which is a precursor chemical for stuff like PCP, if you know anything about organic chemistry, you can make piperidine, then you can further refine it to piperidone. But if you don't even want to go that route, you can get this stuff called vanillin.
Hold on, Howard. A disclaimer, this is not medical advice or any other
Oh,
thing.
hell no. This is a public service announcement.
This is just this guy's viewpoint on something that he happened to come across that he would like people to know that he came across. Don't take this as medical advice or any other advice. He's just relaying what he's came across.
Exactly.
Not an instructional video.
There's several instructional videos on YouTube that you can see that they tell you, hey, this is how you do this. And then they have a little disclaimer. This is not for drugs. This is just chemistry. And then they go on to show you exactly how to do it. Okay. Like I say, they show you this product called vanillin, which is artificial vanilla flavoring. And they show you how to distill from it the precursor chemical for fentanyl. Now, I would hope that these things that they have, like that, cooking meth with Uncle Fester, this kind of stuff, I would honestly hope that YouTube leaves that kind of shit up there as like honeypot servers. And if you click on them, you kind of get put on a list. Because YouTube is ate up with videos like that. How to make MDA, how to make MDMA, how to make STP, how to make LSD, how to make methamphetamine. They are all over YouTube. Okay. There are also videos all over YouTube on how to make improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Like I say, I would honestly hope that a lot of these instructional videos are honeypots. Because, well, after seeing January 6th, goodness gracious, under the auspices of just home repair and that kind of thing, my goodness, the things I could buy legally that no one would ever pay attention to. I'm old. I'm just doing home repair. I need to do some plumbing, or I need to wax and strip or strip and wax my floors, stuff like that. But anyway, that kind of is my public service announcement for this morning. And if I'm not mistaken, my phone says 4:20. So I got to go ahead and go. But then I'm going to wash some dishes. I'm going to be here in the chat, lurking. But anyway, I'll talk to you gentlemen later. And, oh, by the way, I would honestly like to apologize for everybody for my little tantrum last night. It just kind of hit home. Okay. I have a story not unlike your podcast yesterday, Muckster. And I've heard a lot of accusations in my time because I have 3 wonderful children that I basically raised myself. The things I've heard said about me, not just by neighbors, okay, but my own family. So I let shit like that roll off my back like water off a duck. But sometimes, man, I gotta fucking, after seeing that shit with the dude in the Olympics, I just had a rant. So I really apologize if I've offended anyone, especially someone like Izzy, who seemed really upset because of my reaction to her calling out that asshole last night. She had every right to. If he's a pedophile, my statement last night is directed at him because that's how I feel about those kind of people. But anyway, that's my personal opinion. Again, I apologize. So y'all have a good one. I'm going to be in the chat, but that's pretty much all I had to say. Take care.
Appreciate you coming up, Howard.
But now, it's like you were saying, Killer, if we give people enough time, eventually they'll get to the point of the reason why they come up on the panel. And he needed to get that off his chest, because even though he might have missed that it wasn't about him, he got hurt by it because of stuff that happened in the past. And it was just, last night was one of those days where enough was just enough, and he let loose. You know, I ain't mad at him. I've heard worse and seen worse. So if you got to vent, sometimes it's best to vent around people that don't know you than to try to vent around your family or your close circle of friends, because they don't understand, but people outside the circle might get it. And you know, sometimes it's like a cry for help. So I understand why you say things the way you say them, Killer.
I mean, if that happened on panel last night, again, I didn't see it, so I can't really comment on any of that. But yeah, I get what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. But, you know, I may act like an asshole because I'm an asshole. I don't lie about it. I don't make no bones about it. I'm an honest asshole, though. And I piss Muckster off a lot of times with shit I say, but, you know, I don't mean no offense towards Muckster at all. But sometimes, me being me, and me being in the chat a lot instead of up on the panel, I read a lot of shit. So if it needs to be said, and I feel like it might sound better coming from me than it would coming from one of you guys, I asked for the link to come up so I could speak my piece and be done with it. It ends a whole bunch of problems without having to time out anybody or having to block anybody. You know what I mean? That's just my way of thinking, Killer.
Well, I get you. I understand what you're saying.
And, you know, I have fun fucking with you guys in the chat and shit. But
You always have fun stirring the pot up.
But see, that's my whole thing. If I keep everybody laughing with something positive, that makes everybody's day better. There's enough shit going on in the world to be sad. To be sad about. There needs to be at least one little light spot in the world to keep the darkness at bay. You know what I mean?
Everybody needs a little light.
I know I'm a silly motherfucker and I enjoy it. So.
Bringing. There you are, Track.
What's up, yo?
Not a lot. Just seems to be a lot of recapping and talking about things that happened last night that I'm really not educated on because I didn't see it.
Can I tell you one I remembered as I was making coffee that I know you're not interested in the guy, but you got to hear this. With I I did
Oh,
on YouTube.
guys,
Now,
man.
yeah, with Toddler. He was in chat, and he says, "Has anybody seen Phyllis lately? I haven't seen Phyllis." And I called him out on it because I thought he was just being a usual asshole.
He was.
Because everybody knows he does not like Phyllis. And he disgusted me because he actually made fun of Phyllis about her dead husband. And he came up on panel after a while, and he came up on panel with another account because
Pizza Boy, yeah.
somehow the first account became banned. And I jumped about that again. But here's the thing about it is, afterwards, somebody mentioned, and I am absolutely sure that Toddler knew this before he was saying, has anybody seen Phyllis? Phyllis right now is in the ICU. And he comes in here to make stupid jokes. So that's why his other account is banned also. The guy is a piece of shit.
He does that on purpose so that he can get material off of you, right? He gets off on you going.
Yeah, I'm sure he had his girlfriend Miss Vippy recording our entire thing last night.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't watch his channel. And I've asked people, please, if anybody didn't hear it last night, stop sending me clips. But yeah, I mean, it's funny how when you can have a low opinion of people, I mean, like Track, and then they still manage to do something that you think that's lower than I thought somebody could go. Hi, Track, how you doing?
Doing good.
Track wasn't here last night. He was at the other channel cheating on us again.
Yeah, bastard.
He drove his Toyota over there to the other channel and got in a wreck.
Well, here's Track's thing is he finds Mello's English accent to be very sexy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, I cannot confirm or deny what I do when my camera is off.
That's why the ceiling's unfinished.
I'm gonna finish it all right.
You gonna cover it in busting nut crew socks?
The sticky socks. Hey, but it's sound deadening material, so it'll help the acoustics. You know what I mean?
I guess that's one way to look at it.
I spent most of yesterday watching the Olympics. I got the skateboarding on right now.
Oh, now, see, I never have been a big person on the Olympics, but I didn't even know they had that as an Olympic sport now.
Oh, come on, man. You behind times, bro. It's been around forever.
I really don't. I don't know what it is. They just don't interest me.
That's a white people sport, too. You should know about that one, man.
Hey, it's not a white people sport. I'm watching a Brazilian do it right now.
You know they made breakdance in the Olympic sport, man?
Yeah, it's in there. Yep.
It's big in Japan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
And that's why it's the Olympic.
Go ahead, Laura.
It's worldwide, baby, worldwide. But I think it's funny, like something that I found interesting was, it's France is the host, but in the Summer Olympics, surfing is an Olympic sport. So the surfing is actually being held on one of the French Virgin Islands or something like that.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. I'm being sarcastic.
Man, that opening act was, man, I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't even know. I couldn't even come up with nothing to say about that one.
Yeah, my old lady was upset about that one.
Man, I was scrolling through, and there was so many shorts coming up in my feeds from all the people I know. Man, them motherfuckers was livid about that shit.
Well, if you know, you know. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah. And it's comparative of what's been going on anyway, because like they just had this last World Cup. They had it in Qatar, and usually when the host country hosts the World Cup, they host the men's and the women's. But it's being hosted by Qatar, and alcohol is against the law there. But its major sponsor was Budweiser.
Oh, there you
But
go.
because of the prevalence of gayness in the women's league, they had to have a 2-country World Cup. So the women's, I think, was held in Australia because you know they pretty much have made it clear that it's free to murder a gay person in the middle of the street.
Well, you also saw they're not allowing the girls to wear the Muslim girls to wear the jibab, whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called.
Ajib.
Yeah, so they can't compete because they don't want them to wear that head covering, which is stupid. I mean,
Yeah, and that's supposed to be the beautiful game that binds us all. You know, it's just simple kicking a ball.
right.
And
Well, they don't want them bringing in their religious beliefs. That's their excuse.
yeah,
But
and
they
even the
can't say
dudes went to Qatar and flexed that rainbow flag. Some of them got arrested, and
you
you may
know,
never hear from those dudes ever again.
That is true. Yeah.
in a lot of the Middle Eastern countries, if you get caught dancing around with the rainbow, they don't ask questions. They will literally stone you where you standing or where you laying or wherever they catch you at.
And it makes me wonder, like, if you want to be in contention to be a host to the world, you got to put your own rules aside because you're hosting the world.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, and you got to think some of these countries were founded on strict principles, and they're not going to break them strict principles because not only are they religious, they're hereditary rules as well. And when it comes down to religious rules, they can bend and twist the religious rules, but hereditary rules, those are laws that are set in the blood of the people. They won't bend and twist those because those are those rules. That's why they, if they catch a woman in adultery, they pull her out, strip her butt naked in the middle of the street and stone her. And then the dude, they cut him up in pieces. But they start with his dick and work their way up. But they do it in the middle of the street for everybody to see.
Yeah. And I don't know how you can have a nation like that in the running for some of these events when they are against so much that, like, you can't just let sport be sport and let athletes who are individuals come over there and represent in the sake of sport because their way of life is so disgusting to you to where you would kill them at a moment's notice just for their existence. You know what I mean? Take them off the list. That's how I feel about it.
You know, I look at things like the Olympics from a historical and logical standpoint, but now you have to add a clinical viewpoint into it. And it's like, okay, in ancient Greece, when the Olympics first started, everybody competed naked. It wasn't no big thing. But when you look at it from the war aspect, the Greeks, the Romans, and a lot of other cultures used to have little boys where every soldier had a little boy with them. And it was the norm for the time because it kept them from raping and pillaging and killing all the women instead of doing their job. So
That's
sometimes
wild.
sometimes even though something is hereditarily in your blood, like when it comes down to the Olympics, even though all these countries were feuding at these times when the Olympics were going on, they set aside their political and religious beliefs and had these games. If you look at the history of the Olympics, there's only gaps in there where they were missing because of something that was going on. Some kind of political or religious upheaval was going on.
Yeah. What was it? During World War II when Germany hosted, you know, there were plenty of non-participants because of Hitler. You know what I mean?
Damn, a missile strike. Howard said Golden Heights soccer field in response to El Asqua hospital missile strike killing women and children. Both sides, not CNN. Yep. Good point, Nerdy. Even Hitler let Jesse Owens run. He set aside his racial disparities and let him run. That's what being a host country is about. Setting all differences aside and just enjoying the event itself. We're our own worst enemy. Life is simple. We make it complex because
Yeah.
we overthink things and we let too much bullshit infiltrate our thinking instead of doing your own research and being an individual. We want to follow the masses because that's what we're ingrained to believe. But now, I've always been an outsider, and I love my outsiderness because it gives me a better perspective because I've lived in life and not just live life. I've lived every moment of my life. I don't have any regrets. All I have is life lessons. And if I could keep people from walking the way I walk, I would rather do that and help people or make people laugh than have everybody sad and miserable. You know what I'm saying? Untrackable. Damn. What happened? I blew a circuit.
Oh, I was on mute the whole time. I was talking.
What'd you say, Untrack?
What I was saying was when it comes to the sports side of it, I look at sports, no matter what it is, as a metaphor for war. It's skill, and there's risk involved, possibility of injury, and it's you against me or my team against your team, but we can do it without the killing. You know what I'm saying?
What about you, Killing? What's your take on it?
Personally, like I said, I haven't watched any of the Olympic stuff, so I can't really give you a take on it.
That's your take on it.
I mean, I can't give you any kind of an opinion or anything.
I wasn't looking for an opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody got one and they all stink.
Yours especially.
Yep. 100%. That's why you love me, you hairy-headed bastard.
Well, so, love is a strong word. Hey,
so Muckster, what's your take on it?
Is he taking a break?
I think so.
Yeah. Ariel said he'd be right back.
Yeah, as a participant, in my childhood and learning all the different sports that I got to be a part of, I love sport. But I found myself like not really growing up watching so much. But when I get the chance to participate, like I love it. Like I don't care who you are. If you show up, we're playing. You know what I'm saying? And you either go hard or you go home.
What kind of games you playing? We already heard about your ceiling coverage, so.
What you talking about? Kill the man with the ball.
I played all of them, man. We played hockey on the pavement. What's that?
What do you call it again? I call it kill the man with the ball. The football game where.
Oh yeah, straight up. We call it smear the queer. If you got the ball, you get the attention. You know what I mean?
That's it. Everybody jump on you. Yeah.
And then you cough it up, and then the ball goes in the air, and whoever's got the gumption to pick it up.
Yeah. And
well,
run. Yeah.
that means you crave that attention.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get it. And there, it's like even in like basketball, if you don't have enough for teams, but you got like 5 dudes, and it's every man for himself, you got 5 teams on one basketball court. But it's about who gets the ball and who puts it through the hoop. But you also have, if you have the ball, you have 4 people coming at you. You have no out. There's no passing it. It's either you take a shot or you dribble through everybody and you take that beating, or they get it from you. But then they become the one with the attention. You know what I mean?
People don't realize it. Like 70% of the sports, or what they call sports out there, are contact sports. Even in tennis and golf, you risk getting hit by a tennis ball or a golf ball in the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, we did that plenty. Like, there's this thing that we used to do in tennis where we would volley to warm up, and it would, we would go for like 5 minutes just to keep it going back and forth. So your intent wasn't to score a point. Your intent was to put it on the person so they could return it, and you keep it going so that way you can get warmed up. But if it's a net slam, I'm aiming center mass for your body, because that is the least place where you're going to be able to return it. You could go for the open court and like lob it over somebody's head, but then there's still a chance that they could hustle back and get it. But if you aim and put it straight on their body, they're getting hit by that tennis ball. And then you have and then you have other sports that are very individual. Like I said, skateboarding, or the singles ice skating and surfing. It's judgment of it comes from the judges, whether your skill and your finishing and your style was worthy of it. You know what I mean? Because you don't necessarily beat somebody in surfing. But you beat the judging system is how that goes. You know what I mean? Like, what was that movie? Old School, where the old guys started a fraternity, and they had to compete, and but athletics was part of it. And Will Ferrell's out there doing his little ribbon dance in the gymnastics. He just had to beat the judges.
Yeah, I don't remember that part, but I do, but I don't. Yeah.
That's all good.
Will Ferrell, he's crazy.
I can't say that I saw that. I don't watch too many comedies.
That's all right.
You are a comedy, Mitch.
My point exactly.
You're both a comedy and a tragedy.
And I love every moment of both sides of it.
Okay.
I was always taught that comedy came from tragedy.
That's where it
Some of the
came
most
from.
valuable lessons you ever learn are from failure.
Yeah. And my example of that is like, hey, you're a dude. You know what it's like to get kicked in the nuts. It's not funny. It's very painful. But when you see somebody else take a shot, you can laugh because you're like, yeah, I know what that feels like, but it wasn't me this time.
Yeah. It's, that's always been kind of weird. I mean, I'm guilty of it, but yeah, you're glad it ain't you, but at the same time, you're laughing at somebody else's pain, and you know
Exactly.
it's pain.
And that's I think it came from Asian culture was the slapstick. So they had these like split sticks that would make a really loud noise, and they would reenact scenes of history. And when they hit somebody, it made a really loud noise, and then the person would act like they were in pain, but it made everybody laugh because it was a reenactment. So like Chevy Chase with his signature falls on Saturday Night Live. It's like he was okay with the fall. He planned the fall. He intended to fall. But when you're watching him like trip over a chair or step on, we all laugh. It's like, oh, you stepped on a Lego in the middle of the night because you got kids and they leave their toys wherever the hell they want to leave them. For you, it wasn't funny.
Like Dick
But you
Van
tell
Dyke.
that story, and everybody's gonna laugh at you. But like, yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, like Dick Van Dyke with the ever-present tripping over the stool that was always in front of him that he knew was there.
Yeah, he was just drunk, bro.
Yeah, be that as it may, it was his fall. His fall was precise.
There was no one better than him at it. I think he did it. He did it well.
I think
And
that's why a lot of people.
that's probably where Chevy Chase got it from. That was his thing on Saturday Night Live because he was like, I do the fall. I do the fall.
They call it a Pratt fall. It's in the old terms, a Pratt fall is like a trick or a stunt that's guaranteed to make everybody laugh.
Yep.
And he perfected it. I give him that.
Well,
And like I said, I'm watching the men's final of the skating like freestyle, but I've definitely watched compilations of skateboard failures where they hit the rail and they bust their balls, and it's like, hey, you're laughing at the way of the contortion of their bodies, and it's like people fold in different ways.
Read that comment track.
What's that?
Read that comment right there. That's for you. You see it?
So the HO slot car in your avatar. No, that is a hold on, let me look at it right quick.
That's your Dodge Viper.
Yeah, that is a Matchbox car.
Have y'all met Fanboy?
no.
You're talking. Fanboy. You know I call you Fanboy, right?
I don't know how to take that, Ariel.
I don't. There it goes. There goes fanboy. I hear it now.
All right, area. Keep on.
Maybe it's Mitch's sound.
Yeah, it's probably my fan.
Oh, you're fanboy today. Okay.
Yeah. It's so humid down here. My sidewalk crying.
Yeah. My bad, Killer. You'll be fanboy another day.
I ain't mad at being fanboy. I need 5 more to move some of this thick ass air.
Yeah, we're finally getting some makeup rain where we are, because just about all of July has been 90 degrees and just hot. And so I think we're getting, like, we had I call it makeup rain in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm the fucking voice of reason around here, and you've got me pissed off. I didn't do it.
Come Wednesday, track. It's gonna get hot. It'll be up in the 90s, maybe going to 100 again. Come Wednesday, that whole week going into the weekend.
Hey, that's okay. I got to work this week, and then I'm going to be at the lake in Virginia.
That's what's up.
They have said that we've got a pretty good heat wave coming. In August. So.
Yeah, I think I got to go to Tennessee myself, but I got to check.
Well, you don't have to check. I'll allow you this time.
I'm not going on your side. I'm going the opposite way.
Oh.
I'm going to Chattanooga. Out there, Cleveland.
Yeah, that's all right. I guess we can tolerate that.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I mean, if we're getting a heat wave coming through, Tennessee's gonna be hot.
Yep, hot and humid.
That's all right. Where I'm going, there's AC where I'm going. Better have AC. So that's my second wife's house.
I have yet to be swimming this year, so this lake, I'm just gonna get a floaty, and I'm gonna use it like a pillow. My whole body's gonna be in the lake, and I'm just gonna tether myself to the floaty so that way my head doesn't go under if I go to sleep. I'm gonna be in the water in time.
I was about to say a bad joke, but I'll keep it clean here.
That's all right, brother.
Don't wrap that tether around your neck, because that wouldn't be good.
You can use the those pull long things. What are they called?
Noodle.
The noodle.
Yeah, noodles. You can use that as a floaty.
Yeah, we bring them.
Okay.
Hey, and we brought this thing last year. It was like a 5-person big circle, inflatable cup holders, all that stuff. One of them things, if you can imagine. And this thing has a boat dock, a covered boat dock, but there's no boat there. And we set it up there so like you could be in the water but in the shade at the same time, and we put it in there, and just the little bit of wake that comes off the lake, it started rubbing up against the boat dock. Man, that thing it got a puncture within like an hour. So it was like, yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Spend a bunch of money on something and put it in a place where it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
When you said pool,
floating docks, you know what I mean?
Noodle area, I had a vision of Untrackable laying on his back with like 6 pool noodles under his head with his beard floating in the water.
Yeah.
Hey, that's how you do it, man.
As soon as he said pool noodle, all I could see was you laying with 6 big old pool noodles under your head with your giant beard floating on the water.
Well, you're either straddling one with it like going up the crack of your ass, or you're putting them together and hanging out.
I don't need a pool noodle. I live in Florida. I swim with sharks and manatees and shit.
I gotcha.
There's barracudas and shit in the water. You can't wear nothing shiny down here. That motherfucker try to take
Hell yeah. Some bad boys
take your arm off.
I've swum with sharks before.
Listen,
Cape
if you go in the ocean, they're in there. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, black tips are nasty. Nurse sharks and land sharks, they'll swim right between your feet and keep it moving.
Why you gotta talk bad about blacks like that, bro? What's wrong with you?
Bull sharks,
yeah,
bull sharks will swim by you and slap you with their fin to see if you move or if you bleed. If you ain't got rough skin, you better stand real fucking still and hope like hell you ain't bleeding. But if you bleed, that motherfucker coming back. But if he swim by and bump you, don't move. Because they feel the vibrations in the water.
They get aggressive, yeah.
Hammerheads are notoriously aggressive. You won't see them till the very last second when they belly roll on your ass so they can bite you. And they don't come straight at you. They come in sideways.
They got makos down there?
Yeah, we got some makos. You get far enough down or far enough out, you'll run into
them. They get big. People don't think they get big, and they're fast and they get big, man.
You know, we got the Gulf on one side and the Atlantic on the other side. Then down below, we got the Caribbean and all that shit out there.
Right.
So, we got these damn invasive ass lionfish that, you know, people lost during the hurricanes and shit like that. They got into the ocean, and they got no natural predators over here in the Atlantic. They've been finding them all the way up there in the Carolinas and shit.
You know, that's part of it's like a fundamental to life. It doesn't matter if you're in the ocean or climbing a tree or a mountain or, you know, whatever it is that you're doing. The rule is, if you're scared, don't fucking do it. Don't go in the ocean if you're scared.
Yeah.
Because they can smoke that shit.
Don't go outside if you're scared. Stay in your house.
Yeah, that's a good one. Stay home. Have no fun.
Goes out. He's scared.
Just the rules of life. If you're gonna play the game, obey the rules. But if you're scared, you're just asking for it.
Playing by the rules is boring.
What are you saying? You break the rules, man? You a rule breaker?
No, I didn't say that. I just said it's boring. I didn't say whether I was a boring person or not. I just said it's boring.
Like I told you guys before, like we went out to the beach. We were down there at Myrtle. Saw this floaty thing. At first, I thought it was a buoy, but buoys, you know, they're anchored. But it kept moving. You know, it had moved over 200 meters, and it was moving across. And it was a glassy morning water. And the lifeguards, they don't like you to go past the break. They don't like you to go past waist deep. But this thing, it was easily 100 meters out, and it was farther than the pier. It's like, you know, that thing's moving. What is it? So I run my ass and then swim out, and I come back, and my wife and my mother-in-law are standing next to the lifeguard who's standing at the water line, and they're like, "Hey, don't mind him. He's stupid." And they told me that as soon as I started heading out that way, that lifeguard stood up and be like, "Hey, what is this guy doing?" But it's like, you know, I was going to investigate. I was going to check some shit out. I'm not scared of the water. I'm not scared of what's out there. But there was this thing that had my interest, and once you got it, I'm going out there.
Yeah, that's what white people
I get
do.
back,
Right?
and they're like, "Hey, you can't do that." And I was like, "Well, I just did it, and look, I come back with a volleyball."
That's why y'all get killed in the movies all the time in these horror flicks, man. You got to go find out what the hell that noise was or whatever.
You know, I used to have a face mask and a snorkel. I used to go diving. Like when the tropical storms were coming in, I put my face mask and snorkel on and go diving. Man, you'd be surprised at some of the shit I found without a metal detector during them storms. And after the storm rolls through and the storm surge comes up and the tide washes all that seaweed and stuff up on the beach. And I found $1,200 in euros one day.
So you're diving on the beach, outside the water, with your
no, not in the
snorkel and
sand.
mask.
Not in the sand. I'm in the water. I'm diving in the water, but when you come out of the water, because of the storm surge, it washes all that seaweed because it stirs up the bottom, and it pushes all that stuff up, and it washes up on shore in the storm surge. Man, you'd be surprised. I found a $1,200 pair of Oakleys, custom-made Oakleys that a dude lost the night before. And he gave me $300 because I found them. And
Mitch,
they were in
you
the
learn?
seaweed.
Did you learn how to swim as a child or as an adult?
As a child, me and my uncle was fishing in Lake Michigan, and he threw me in and said, "There go the sandbar over there."
Yeah.
And I dog paddled my ass to the sandbar.
Yeah, it's the best time to learn is when you're a child.
Yeah, but you know, it was what they always taught me, because you know they taught me how to shoot and hunt and fish and all that shit as I was growing up. Because my mom died when I was 9 and my dad was a junkie. So they know he wasn't never there. So my uncle, my grandfather, and my grandmother taught me a lot of shit. But they taught me how to survive. So my uncle figured,
You guys ever see that?
splash.
You guys ever see that clip from? I didn't watch the movie, but it was a John Wayne movie. But I saw the clip and it's funny. So the boys down by the water, and something's going on, and John Wayne pulls up and he's like, "Go get it." And he goes, "Yeah, but I don't know how to swim." He goes, "Oh, you don't know how to swim?" So he picks the boy up, he throws him in the water, and the boy's struggling. And then the woman comes around, she's like, "Go get him. He can't swim. Go get him. He can't swim." He's like, "Why don't you go get him?" She's like, "Well, I can't swim either." And then he picks her up and throws her in the water too.
Yeah.
That sounds like the last gunfighter or whatever it was where he was dying.
Shane, come back, Shane.
Yeah, I just saw the clip, but it makes so much sense.
I don't know the name of it, but yeah. That's a good one.
That's kind of how I was taught. Like we rode our big wheels off the diving board, you know what I mean? Because they started off just, and even with my daughter, in the pool, she's not even 1 year old yet, and me and my wife we're playing toss and dunk.
The gravel company had dug, you know, they dug a quarry, right? But they dug a little small quarry off to the side, so during the summer, all us kids could jump in it and play. And they kept it clean and all that, but it was somewhere for us to go where we wasn't running all over town, getting into trouble all the time because there wasn't nothing to do. They built a swimming hole for us. We used to jump off the little 20-foot cliff into the water. You know how many accidents I seen trying to make the water?
Mm.
And it seems like it's easy, but if you're just standing there and you jump, most people didn't never take into consideration that the wind might be blowing against you when you jump. So you got to get a running start to get enough momentum going to get far enough out there.
I'm sorry, I like that comment by Howard.
Yeah,
That's
Howard.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yep. Once you got out of the bag, that explains a lot.
That explains a lot. Yes, it does.
Coming in with a zinger.
His tiki is torched.
Yep.
Well, I mean, to be honest, that's how I learned. I got thrown in the pool or lake, and so swim. You want to get out, swim.
I got thrown in Lake Michigan and had to swim. I can't tell you how far it was, but I had to swim a good distance to that sandbar. And once my uncle got there and picked me up, 20 minutes later, we went back out that way, and the sandbar I was standing on was gone.
Yeah, washed away.
Yep. And that's in Lake Michigan.
Anymore, try and do that these days and see what happens.
What's gonna happen? Either you swim or you drown.
No,
they ain't calling no 911.
Yeah, they gonna charge you. Somebody gonna see you do that. They gonna charge you with child abuse and child neglect and all kind of shit.
Endangerment.
Reckless endangerment. And the fucked up part is the kid got a damn safety vest on, so they ain't gonna sink, and you right there. And they still calling on you.
Yep.
I ain't had no life jacket or none of that shit. It was a pair of shorts and splash. They go to sandbar. All I thought about was how the dog was swimming on TV. I said, well, I can do this. And off I went. It was slow, but I got there tired as fuck.
I've even taken my daughter out and put her on the boogie board, time the wave right, and just give her a little push. And the failures are hilarious because she's tipping over the front of it, getting tumbled by the waves, and she's standing up crying. And other people on the beach are like, "What are you doing?" It's like I'm teaching her. There is no education without failure. Like, you got to feel it. But if you never feel it, how are you ever going to do it? You can't just look at people and be like, "Oh, I wish I could do that." You got to get out there and get punished sometimes.
But you realize you just said it's hilarious that she was standing there crying.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you get tumbled and you feel like you're drowning, and that's exactly how I learned. Like, but there was nobody looking out for me when I was doing it. So yeah, it was funny.
Okay. You know how I learned to swim? People taught me. People taught me. Nobody tried to drown me.
Well, somebody loved you.
I didn't create the failure. I sent her on the wave.
And you laughed at her. I mean, when you said about, it was funny, the waves hitting her and stuff, but then when you said, and she was standing there crying, and you find that hilarious, I'm sorry, but I'm going to mute up again before I say anything else.
Yes, I laughed as I picked her up because I was there the entire time.
Sometimes we laugh at these things. They may not be funny to other people, but it may be funny to some. Sometimes they play videos like on AFN, whatever that, America's Funniest Videos, and it's just kids falling down or whatever, and yeah, it's funny to some people. Other people don't think that shit is funny, but it can be funny. It ain't happening.
It was a learning process. Yeah. It's a learning process. Like, I wasn't putting her in danger, but it was pick her up, try it again. Pick her up, try it again.
But it's that one thing is like for kids, because I watch parents in Florida that are teaching their kids how to swim. Some of them hold on to them and wade out there in the water with them until they get the water deep enough where they can stand up in the water and hold the baby. But they hold the baby face up so the baby can feel the water and float in it and be able to look and see where they're at before they just let them try to move their hands a little bit and let them try to float. And then they teach them how to move their arms and legs and go through all that. Some parents, like you did, Untrackable, throw their kids in there. But you have to be careful doing that when a wave hits, because you never know if that wave has an undertow, especially in Florida. You subject to do that, and it's got that rip in it, and it snatches her and pulls her out. And you can have
Hey.
all your due diligence going. I've seen it happen.
You can trust and believe that I wasn't going to put my daughter in danger. But the experience, that feeling of being on that boogie board, if you think I don't know what I'm talking about, then go ahead and jeer me, whatever.
I'm not going to jeer you. I'm just looking at it from, I've seen it in the lakes. I've seen it in rivers. I've seen it in ponds. I've seen it in canals. I've seen it in the ocean. And I've seen it work both ways. But you one of the few that I've actually heard say they laughed. But I understand, because that was the way you learned and it happened to you. So to you, it was a funny moment that you and your daughter shared. And maybe one day you'll tell her when she's older that the same thing happened to you. Because she's always going to remember that moment when you threw her in that water. Because my kids always talk about the moment I made them learn how to swim in the ocean.
Well, like I said, I wasn't laughing as she was getting sucked out into the ocean. It was the shore and her and then me. I was the farther one out. So her tumbling in that wave was taking her up to safety.
Oh, see, you didn't say that. You said the wave. She got tumbled in the wave. You didn't say it was coming in or going out. So
But you can picture maybe a few more words. You can picture it though, right?
Yeah. If you would have said that she was rolling in on the tide on the boogie board, it might have been a little different, because you got to think, all these guys are parents. And when you said that, you were laughing. It kind of threw everybody like, wait a minute, he was laughing at it. But you should have, when it comes to children, you got to remember a lot of times you're talking to parents, you got to be more specific, because parents have a different reaction than people that aren't parents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And if anybody wants to think that I would do something malicious or inconsiderate and just sit there and laugh at my kid while she's in peril, you're taking it the wrong way.
Yeah, it's all good, Track. Don't worry about it, bro. It happened. She lived. She learned.
We're not taking it the wrong way. I was just asking you to clarify it so that other people that heard it may not have heard the whole story. So if it's clarified early, it doesn't spread a rumor and they run with it and start bullshit like they're good at. You know what I mean?
I got you.
It's just one step ahead of cutting them off, giving them a good soundbite to fuck with you about.
Hey, it's all good.
Yeah. But I don't like when they bring children. I don't like when they do that. They clip shit and bring children into it. Because a lot of people are parents and they take offense to that shit. So when you're talking about how you teach kids, you have to be specific in what you're saying. Otherwise, it will cause issues. But I learned that from listening to some of the stuff that Muck, Finkel, Killing, Ariel, Nerdy, Nerdy tells me a lot of good shit. So don't get it twisted when women tell men a lot of good shit. We just choose not to listen most of the time.
That is true.
And I listen to them when they tell me shit, because a lot of times they're right. We just hate to admit that they're right. Women have saved my ass a number of times by telling me something at the right moment, untrackable. But I listen to a lot of stuff that certain people say. They make good, valid points. And a lot of times they're right in what they're saying. And I'm just paraphrasing basically what they say. And that keeps me out of trouble a lot of times, because ain't no telling what I'm subject to say, because I ain't got no guard on my tongue. But I remember where I'm at, so I tone it down. So, and you have to always think about the audience that you have and how you say the things that you say untrackable. That makes a big difference in the delivery.
I'm going to take advantage of this break in the conversation for a second. I'm fixing to have to go for a little bit. I don't want anybody. Yeah, I'm glad you're happy. It pleases you. But I got real life stuff I got to take care of, so I know.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Y'all take it easy.
Oh, hey, by the way, Killen.
Uh-huh.
Download that damn game, would you?
Yeah, man.
All right.
I'm gonna get it too, Killen. We can all play and be addicted.
Hey, yeah. That'll be a pretty good game.
All right, guys. Y'all and chat.
Yeah, man.
Y'all take care. I'll talk to you later.
It's about time for me to get up off my lazy ass. I ain't did shit today, except feed the critters.
All right, Mitch. What you gonna do?
Walk around the yard to see what I need to do over here today. I got to go cross the street and cut the grass tomorrow.
Yeah.
Man, I don't walk so many miles between these 2 yards in the last 5 days. It ain't even funny. It rained so hard yesterday, it put my fire out. And I built a fire that burned in the rain. It rained so hard yesterday, the fire had burning, it put it out. And that was a big hot fire.
Yeah, it was a good downpour then.
I knew it was coming, but there's this lady in the neighborhood. Every time I start a fire, she gets paranoid. Because I started to walk away from it, right? And she's like, you ain't scared it's going to catch nothing on fire? I said, nah, I built that fire. It ain't going to catch nothing on fire but what it's supposed to.
I do the same thing, bro. I don't stay there looking at the damn fire. I walk away from it, bro.
Yeah. If you build it the right way, you know how it's going to burn.
Yeah.
If it didn't rain, there's so much, there's so much leaves and falling shit, branches and stuff around here. And I can have a fire on both sides of the street every day and be running back and forth up and down the street all day, tending fires.
I had a neighbor a couple years ago call the fire company after I started my charcoal grill.
Yeah, that'll happen too.
It was out on my back porch. I fired it up. I went back in the house to get my burgers or whatever it was, and I heard the fire whistle go off. And I walked outside, and the neighbor yelled, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Why?" "Well, I saw those flames, and I called the fire company."
Did they show up or no?
I went in and called 911 and I said who I was and that they were coming to my house, and they did stop them before they came.
Oh, well, good thing they didn't make that. They came out here last year because my neighbor did catch the woods on fire back then. Thank God they came. That thing was huge. Yeah, don't burn on a windy day, guys. Not a good thing. On a dry, windy day, not good.
Yeah. Oh, I heard Mitch saying he had stuff to do. I didn't realize he actually left.
Oh, I'm not looking at the screen.
I was just about to ask you if you'd shot him with a tranquilizer dart or something. I looked up and I saw he was not there.
No, I don't have a blow spear. Wish I did, though.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
watching
just
this skateboarding until the soccer starts, but I don't think there's any soccer today.
Well, I got like 73 channels over here on the Olympics, so I can go to just about any event. Even the stuff that they already played, they just replay it over again. But so she was watching. She came down here to tell me they were boxing without the headgear. They were heavyweights, but I went upstairs and it was already over.
Yeah, I watched a couple of minutes of that, and I always thought that in Olympic boxing you wore headgear, but I was watching and they were not wearing headgear.
That's what she said. I went up there to look at it, but it was already over. I did take my time to go up.
See, now it shows how people have different taste, because I would be like the opposite way around. I'd be sitting there waiting for the soccer to get done so I could watch the skateboarding.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was watching the canoeing. I like the canoeing where they got to go around these we'll call them flags, but they're poles that hang above them, and they got to do that obstacle course, and they're fighting that current. I like that.
Is it canoes or kayaks?
Well, it's called canoeing, but yeah, it is a kayak.
Okay. I just want I didn't see it. I seem to
they
remember.
call it canoeing. That's the same thing that came to my mind. I don't know why they call it canoeing, but they're little kayaks.
Probably started off as canoeing back in the 1300s or whatever, and they just kept the name. Yeah.
I watched what they called it like wind surfing, but it's like a little boat with a sail, and I think there was a preliminary that I was watching. You look at the different lines that they took, Canada and France, and Canada beat France by inches, if you will. But they took completely different lines. And you're like, oh, well, Canada took that line and they look like they stalled out. And France took a wild, wild line. But they had speed. But Canada picked their shit up, and it was a race by inches, and Canada edged them out.
Yeah.
I watched that.
How many was it? Just two boats sailing against each other, or was it a whole group?
Oh, it was a group. I think Italy came in third
All right,
because
so
Italy.
those were the two leaders then that they were showing up front then.
Yeah.
How many?
Italy took the same line as France did, but a little farther back. And Canada looked like they were going to send themselves dead into the water. Like the line that they took them down to 0, but they took a more head first to the line, whereas France was riding that wind and maintained their speed. But then Canada, with the area that they took, they were already closer. So once they adjusted their stuff and caught that wind, but it came down to inches, honestly.
How many are on a boat?
2 people.
2.
Oh, okay. So they're small boats. All right.
Yeah, because
I think that's why
I thought windsurfing was just like a sail and a surfboard.
Right. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, and when I clicked on it, maybe that's what I thought I was gonna see, but they got these tiny little, it's like raft style, but they got sails. It's not the parachute style single person type stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a form of boat, but there's 2 people, and like one person's hanging off the side to create a counterweight, and they got the sail up, and the sail is the flag, and it was cool, man. Something I've never watched before.
I Googled to get a picture, and all the pictures are just showing like single people. And I said Olympic. I wonder if they have wonder if it's like, like bobsledding and stuff, if they have like 1-man teams and 2-man teams.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, because some of them are actually labeled Olympic windsurfing, but there's only one. Yeah, some of these are pretty wild looking. Let me bring that up.
Yeah, type in Canada, France preliminary. You might get something there.
Well, here's just but the one that's a little bigger, that's much more extravagant than what I picture for windsurfing. Let me see.
Yeah, none of that is what I watched.
Yeah, it's still just showing singles.
Yeah, that's windsurfing that I know of.
Yeah, I didn't know. It's another one I had no idea became an Olympic event.
Right.
Interesting.
Yes.
But then again, I didn't know they were doing breakdancing either. And, doesn't it seem like that's about, 40 years late?
Yeah. There's a couple new things they brought.
Well, every Olympics, the host country is allowed, I think, like 2 exhibition events or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I remember hearing that quite a while ago, and I guess if they do it as an exhibition so many times or something, it can become like a regular event then. Yeah, there you go. There's the teams. That seems like it'd be a lot of fun, doesn't it?
I think so.
Right.
It looked like fun to me.
All right. So the new events, the new things, and it's breaking is one of them. Surfing is the second, but not in Paris. Skateboarding returns for take 2, whatever that means.
Probably the second in a row or something.
Do you know what take two is? Track skateboarding.
No.
So skateboarding returns for take two. Like surfing, skateboarding first graced Olympic stage. Tokyo returns to Paris. I don't know what it is. I know they got a picture of Tony Hawk.
I'm thinking they're maybe saying it's the second time.
Oh, I got you.
I understand that.
Yeah, if I remember from when I used to watch that stuff, I think like any new thing, like it starts off as just an exhibition one. They give medals, but they're not the same as the regular medals. And I think it has to be like an exhibition so many times or something before it become regular. But they also sometimes they revive uh a sport that maybe hasn't, like countries just haven't had them in, the last 5 or 6 Olympics, and they can always go back and dig out some that have been events before.
Yeah.
A lot of that's up to the host country.
Well, like I said, it's interesting to see like the events that they create, for instance, surfing or whatever. It's like if you have a country, let's say you have a landlocked country like an Eastern European country, you know what I mean? Like if the Czech was to run the Summer Olympics, but you have events like surfing or sailboating or yachting or whatever it is that involves water. What are you going to do? You're going to have alternate locations,
right,
that can support those. So
right.
So like France has a coastline, but it's not conducive to surfing, and so they had to take it to another French related territory. So you have people in France that are competing in your traditional stuff or something that they can make. You can make a skate park in a day, but you can't create waves that are conducive to a sport that is considered Olympic. So they had to take them over to the islands. You know what I mean? So they're on a completely different time frame. They're not with the rest of your traditional sport village. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I remember. I think it was the Tokyo Olympics that I watched, and they were showing where all the events were, and it was like, they drew lines from like the central part out to where, and then it's like, and this is being held here, and it was like some of the venues were like 50 miles away from Tokyo,
Right.
There's the Tokyo Olympics, but it's really spread all over Japan. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting too because, like you mentioned that, and Japan's not big.
Yeah.
But they got a lot of islands, though, right?
Things can be far away from each other, but it's still not big considering. But like, for instance, if you have the World Cup or if you have the Olympics in the United States, you're gonna have some stuff in Georgia. You're gonna have some stuff in California. You're gonna have some stuff in Texas, and these things are thousands of miles away from each other.
Well, just think like breakdancing, for example. They would probably have a hard time finding a 1980s ballroom to hold the breakdancing in.
Nah, bro, you just put some cardboard down on the ground.
Yeah. You don't need. That's funny.
You take that shit to Central Park and you put some cardboard down on the ground. That's an Olympic event right there. I don't know. I just love I love competition. I love sports. I gotta see what's next because I think they finished up here. It was a big the big competition in the skateboarding was USA and Japan. They were the ones. They were the big hitters. Nigel Houston, USA. Not sure who won, but those were the big hitters.
Biscuits, I don't really understand what you're asking. Oh, see, we had this discussion when we first were talking about this stuff, and Ariel was saying everybody has a story, and yeah, everybody has a story, but I mean, I don't have that much interesting in my life that I think it's worth doing that with.
I haven't started my life yet, so I don't have a story. I don't have that many years behind my life. I've been around that long.
I know there's no way I could do what Jocelyn did yesterday and just sit there for an hour and talk, you know?
Yeah, it goes by quick.
I could do like a couple of 5-minute stories, and it's like, okay, that's pretty much all that's interesting that's happened in my life.
Yeah, I hit a few people up, and everyone pretty much gave me the same reaction that it was very good. And they can't wait for the second one.
And Jocelyn also said, you know, I told you she messaged me and said thanks,
Right.
Thank you and the guys for letting me do. And she said, and I'm really anxious to do part 2.
Good. Good. You know, we try to treat her good. I mean, we told her she didn't have to say anything or talk if she was uncomfortable or whatever. She didn't have to. You don't have to come and tell every little detail. We don't need to know every little bit of your life. But you know, if there's something that you want to leave out, that's fine. Also, you don't have to tell us everything.
Yeah. I do have to. One of the things I have to remember is when we're getting close to doing part 2, to tell her maybe she'll want to review part 1 in case there's a couple things she wants to go, oh, I wanted to mention when he was 12 or something like that, you know, before she starts into what happened next. Well,
and you know, when it comes,
sorry,
Nerdy says she might think a mole removal story could be very
just
moving,
bring your story.
But I don't know. You know, you're out there digging up the yard trying to get those damn things out of there. I'm not quite sure how interesting that would be.
They do tear the yards up, though.
Yeah.
My dog was pretty good at getting them.
and you know, it's not that you guys don't have stories, but it takes away from a story, but it also takes some real courage to come up and tell people that you don't know and just put it out there, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, at least from your side of things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you, Track.
That's
I don't
really
know.
what makes the story. Was if you're going to tell a story, but you're going to try to protect yourself, well, then, you know, you're going to have like a 5-minute. Yeah, I'm here. But when you let loose and you're okay with telling your side of how your life has progressed, It does take courage, because there will be things that you're going to say that people are going to criticize. However, if you're okay with the criticism and you believe in yourself, you can tell these stories.
I'll tell you, Jack, I don't know if you watched the one we did yesterday, but she said she was going to tell me things that pretty much
right.
no one else in her life had heard.
When you get a chance, check it out, bro. I think you'll like it. You'll see what we're trying to do.
Yeah, she was very brave, I thought. So, Biscuits, if you want to know a little more about me, here's a video I did, well, it says 9 months ago. So I definitely am better at doing editing and stuff now, but that's a little anecdote from my life. It's only about 17 minutes long.
And Biscuits, can I say, a boring? Nah.
Yeah, well,
I haven't.
we're still going to learn more about Damien in part 2, I believe.
Yeah,
I
haven't.
GMK. Anybody who watched it, Ariel. Well, let me ask you this, Ariel, since anyone in chat will be slower. What part of the story like affected you the most? What was there, like a particular incident or anything like that that you just sort of stopped and went wow or anything like that?
Oh no, but I did tell Kellen a couple things, like that dude. Had I known, like, see, I don't think her dad really knew what was going on until after the fact. But
Yeah,
I mean, if you know this is happening to your child, you have to stop that shit. That can't go on.
the one that the I mean, it was, there was a lot in there, but when she said that he held his girlfriend's arms behind her back and had the kid hit her,
right?
That to me was horrific.
Yeah, because you know what it does to the child after, right?
Yeah.
This is a normal thing, and then he thinks he can do this, and it just keeps going. He's teaching them that drinking's okay, and it's not. It's just, you see how effed up the whole thing is. And he may be a good person that I don't know, and it just may be the alcohol that makes him that way. Because there's people that drink, and when they drink, they're a completely different person. When they're not drinking, they're just normal people, and but when they're drinking, it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You never know what you're getting.
That's the kind of thing that I was totally unaware of for like the first part of my life, because I mean, my father drank. Like, I told you before about how they'd get together every Saturday and stuff, and they all sat there and drank. And people, they sang and got happy. I didn't have anybody close in my life who would drink and then start beating up their wife and kicking the dog and stuff like that. So, when I started seeing that kind of stuff out in the world, I was just amazed,
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a little video clip of something that I watched this morning talking about something like that. people do think that this is the norm, this is the way it is, and they live that way, and they shouldn't have to.
That's one of those things. I know everybody, well, not everybody. I have known some people that they say, yeah, I knew I had a fucked up childhood. But a lot of times, no matter what it is, people think that, oh, this is the way everybody's life is. You know what I mean?
Right.
You grow up with your father slapping you around, over something like your shoes untied or something. You think every father's doing that. Or, your mother punishes you by making you sit in a dark closet for, 3 hours. And you think, oh, well, that's what parents do. And that's the kind of, like I say, I was very naive, I think. It wasn't until I got to college and was talking to people and I'd hear people say things like that and say it in a matter of fact thing, where it's like, oh yeah, my mother did this. And I'd be like, wait, what the fuck did your mother do?
Yeah.
I worked with a lady who she would say things about that her husband did and stuff, and she would say them in the same way as yeah, we went to the movies together, except she was talking about, well, he smacked me around because supper was cold, or so. It's like, how do you think that's normal? Anyway.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, damn. I tell people around here all the time, man, you have no idea how sheltered you are, how good of a life you live. Because if you go out in the real world, you're gonna see shit you ain't never seen around here.
Well, that's I know I was talking to my sister about the one time we were saying, we didn't think we had anything special growing up. My parents worked and they fed us and clothed us and all that, but we didn't have a whole lot of extra money. But it's funny, we both when we got older and saw the rest of the world, we were both like, holy shit, you realize we led a charmed life? We had a great childhood. Our parents talked to us, we have game nights as family, and like I say, we weren't poor. We didn't always have a lot of money, but I always said, the kind of thing you don't think of until you later in life, stuff like, there's a family of 7. If there was 6 pieces of chicken, my mother wasn't hungry,
Right.
Whereas you get those other families where it's a family of 7, there's 6 pieces of chicken, and the dad has 3 of them.
Right. That was, like my wife, her growing up, a lot of times if a neighbor came over, whatever, they would serve them food. And these guys weren't there when her mother cooked or whatever, they would give the neighbors their food, then they go out without eating. Or they'll take their meat, like you just said, their piece of chicken or whatever, they would get it. You got to feed your family first before you give the rest of the shit away to somebody else. It's not a problem giving somebody, a bit of food, but you don't got it to give. How you going to give it away?
Yeah. Yeah. Just one of my mother's rules when I was a kid was if you were at somebody's house and it was dinner time, she said you leave. She did not like the idea of us being even beggars or intrusive or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that it's they don't think anything of it. Oh, hey, you want to eat with us? But my mother just didn't like that image at all. I don't know.
I did plenty of that.
I did too.
And my mother, my mother never had a problem with it. And there were plenty of times where she didn't even know that I had already eaten dinner, and she would do what she could do to make dinner. And, you know, I was the eating ass kid, man. Like, if my friend's parents said, "Hey, can he eat here?" My mom would be like, "Well, is he already over there?" And they would say yes. Like, yeah, it's okay as long as it's okay with you. And they would be like, "Yeah, we got plenty." Like, I had one friend. You know what I mean? But then I
Well,
would come home, and it didn't matter what was for dinner at home. I would eat that too.
Well, you know, it's
And
funny. It's almost sort of like it's almost
man.
it's almost sort of like a double standard thing because my mother would tell us that, but then she would feed anybody that came in the house. You know what I mean?
Right.
She didn't like if one of my friends was over, you know, like we're sitting there, a bunch of us are playing Risk or whatever. She didn't like say, "Okay, it's dinner time. You kids go home now." You know, it's like, "Okay, you guys like beef soup too or whatever." So, you know, it's just sort of a weird, you know, just a thing. Everybody's got their things.
Yeah. And you know, like I said, I got one friend at that time in a period in my life, and he's a single kid, you know, with two parents, and my mother was a single mother with three kids. So what she would make would sometimes, you know, it'd be food, but it wasn't you know, even us as a family, we weren't getting our bellies full. So when my two parent household, one kid family friend would have a friend over, and it was almost always me. They'd be like, "Hey, do you want some?" I didn't have to call my mom and be like, "Hey, mom, is it okay if I eat over here?" I would just eat because I was hungry all the time. And it's not that there wasn't food at home. It's not that I wasn't surviving. It's not that my mom wasn't doing her thing. But, you know, I was hungry all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like one of my boys. He's always hungry. As skinny as could be.
And you know, GMK, the thing too about Jocelyn is, you know, not only did she get into that bad situation herself with the boyfriend and all that, but I mean, her upbringing wasn't the greatest, but she didn't just like continue that then. She said, no, I'm making sure my son has a different kind of life. I will
Yeah,
tell you.
you know, we can say, you know, we can look at other people's lives and you think you had a shitty life or whatever, and then you see
Yeah.
what they got, and it's like, yeah, okay. I really didn't have it bad when you think you had it bad. You have no idea what people go through in this world.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you know, it's like, oh my God, I twisted my ankle. God damn it, I hate this pain. And then you
Yeah,
run
no,
into somebody
you didn't
who's
get
like
the
fighting
sweater.
colon
Mom
cancer or
didn't buy
something.
you the sweater. Mom didn't
Yeah.
buy you the sweater that you wanted. She's bad. She's mean. She doesn't love me.
Yeah.
And then go look at this other person's life, what she had to go through.
You know, that's kind of crazy when you look at it too. It's like, you know, single mother household, you know, growing up, brothers and sisters beating you up, whatever. Nobody was shooting at me in my neighborhood.
Right.
And then you compare that to military service. It's like, you know, the job that I chose and the things like that. nobody was shooting at me either. But there are people that grew up with bullets flying through their household, with mean, fucked up dudes doing fucked up things to them. You know?
I always said my family operated on the motto, and I was the youngest brother, so I know this motto quite well. Nobody beats up my little brother but me.
Yep.
They do whatever the hell they wanted to you, but boys, some bigger kid from outside the family comes after you, you better watch out.
That's right. Those are the rules.
I think I've experienced plenty of that myself. Like even within the family, it's like my sister, she could beat me, and my brother might have something to say about it.
Right.
My brother could beat me, but my sister might have something to say about it, because nobody else was going to stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if they don't like what they're doing to me, you know, but nobody stopped me from protecting myself. And once I reached a certain age, you guys can come at me if you want to. I don't care who's older. You're not going to stop me. But they protected me. They protected me from each other, but from the outside world, most definitely, they would both show up. You know what I mean?
Right.
I will say this too about my upbringing. I've told this story a few times. When I was in high school, when I got my driver's license, our high school hangout was a place called Frank's Pizza in the next town over. And we hung out there because they had pizza, but they also had pinball machines. And so for quite a while, like every, Saturday, I think sometimes Fridays, I'd be leaving the house and I'd say, I'm going to Frank's. And my mother said, okay. And one of the funny things about it is I don't remember anybody ever telling me what time I was supposed to get home. I don't know if that's just something that I absorbed from having 3 older siblings. But anyway, so every week I'd say I'm going to Frank's. My mother'd say, okay. And I'd hop in my 1964 Plymouth Belvedere with the push button transmission. Love that car. Anyway, I'd go to Frank's and I'd come back home, 10 o'clock or whatever. One week I was sitting there and I wasn't going anywhere. And my mother said, aren't you going to that kid's house? And I said, what kid? She said, that Frank you always go to. And it finally occurred to me that every week I'd been leaving the house. My mother had no idea where I was going, and she never asked any questions. And so I've often wondered since then, was it just that she trusted me, or was it if I didn't come home, she knew she had 4 spares? Anyway, I just heard Molly coming in, so I'll take off. I imagine you won't be lasting much longer, Ariel.
Probably not, because I'll go and get me something to eat. But yeah, I mean, I'll hang around for a little bit.
Yeah, and Killen's back in chat. But thanks, everybody. Thanks, Track. And who else? Oh, Mitch was the only other one up on panel today, right?
Yeah. I believe
and
so.
Thanks for the people that were in chat. And Biscuits, you watched that video. Let me know what you think. Like I said, I wasn't as technically adept then, so I haven't rewatched it. It was basically me sitting and talking to my phone. But yep, I'll see you guys later. And
always good to see you.
I almost pulled an aerial and hit the end stream instead of leave studio. Oh yeah. Can you still hear me? Yeah. I see my thing flashing. Killen just reminded me Howard was up too.
Howard. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I only heard the end of Howard because I came back and he was just getting ready to go. Anyway, see you guys later.
All right, later.
Take care of yourself, bro.
Is it gone? Thought he'd never leave.
I'm watching women's basketball, Canada versus France, and France has a 23-point lead, and there's 1 minute left.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna come back. I think Canada's gonna lose that one.
From what I've seen, France has been hitting from distance. Canada's fighting, but
yeah,
they've lost. There's a minute left, and it's a 21-point lead now. But you're not coming back 20 points in a minute.
You see, they got the 3-on-3 basketball that they play in the Olympics now.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's have you seen 3? The whatever it's called, the pro league. It's like a professional league. It's just 3-on-3. It's like a half court.
Do they? Yeah, I was about to say, do they play half court?
Yeah, it's a half court game. But anyways,
Okay.
Yeah, they're doing that in the Olympics also. I don't know if I like it or not. It could be good. It could be a good thing. I mean,
It's a compact game. The thing is, to me, is when you think about it, is the game already exists. To create a compact version of the game, that to me might raise an issue. Like, basketball already exists.
right.
To create an entire new event that's a compact game of something that's been around for 100 years and make that an event, it's like, I clearly don't have any problem with half court 3-on-3 basketball, but to be an Olympic event, you're not creating a new event. It's still basketball.
Yeah.
What's wrong with basketball as it
the
is?
way it is, right?
You know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it's something that as a kid you played 3-on-3, and it was just half court, and when one team scored, the ball always went back behind the foul line shot, is where you started, but yeah, it's like you seen the movie Basketball, the South Park guys, they made that movie.
Yeah.
They mixed all the sports together and created a sport.
I got you, but at the same time, that sport already exists. Now,
Right.
like you said, yeah. If you want to involve multiple aspects to things and create your own thing based off of 3 different sports or 2 different sports or whatever, maybe you can create a different sport. But just to take basketball itself and be like, okay, we're going to cut the amount of people and we're going to cut the amount of space, that's not a different sport. It's still basketball. Because I imagine you still play by the same rules. You still have a 3-point shot. You still have boundaries. You still have a 10-foot rim. So
you think they should lower the rim for the women so that they can have a more exciting game? I'm talking WNBA.
No.
I mean, they're good at shooting, but I think it would make the game a little bit more exciting. I don't watch women's basketball. I think it sucks. I watch college women's. I think it's great, but not the pros.
I think there are women in the WNBA that should be slamming it down. But no, I don't think they should lower it. It's the game.
Yeah, I know it's the game. Yeah.
That'd be like saying, "Hey, women's soccer, should they make the field smaller?" No.
Yeah, run less. Yeah. I don't know why the damn soccer is so damn big.
But do I think a man should be able to claim to be a woman and infiltrate that? I 100% disagree with that.
No, you never seen the Ladybugs or whatever it's called? With Rodney Dangerfield?
Yes, I did see that.
Okay.
I can't remember it like verbatim, but I know what you're talking about. Where it was like
they brought the boy, and was he the goalie? I can't remember what he was. Yeah.
Yeah, and he took one to the crotch, and that was a big part of it because it was like, you know,
yeah, get up.
Hey,
what are you doing? Yeah.
You know what? When you're an adult and you understand things, if a woman took a hard hit to the crotch, it would still hurt. Like you're still going to your neck.
Right.
But the fact that the only scene in that movie was that character taking one to the crotch, it was like, well, why does it hurt? Well, you know, just because you have nuts doesn't mean a crotch shot doesn't hurt. You know what I mean?
But it's going to be a way different reaction. Way different reaction. I'm sorry. Way different.
I understand. It's just funny because, like, you know, just because you got twigs and berries doesn't mean that a crotch shot doesn't hurt for those who don't. You know what I mean?
Right. Just like a punch to the chest. You know, a punch to the chest, it hurts, right? If I punch you, it can hurt you. It's gonna hurt a woman too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no difference, but the shot to the crotch is, you know, as big and strong as men are. It's just funny how there's that one vulnerable spot that all you got to do is touch it lightly, and it could drop you. It could drop you, man. You know.
It'll take your attention away from who's attacking you, and
quick,
all of a sudden you want to protect yourself.
Yeah, there's always, you know, weak spots and vulnerable spots. You just got to know where to go. You know what I mean? Eyeballs, all that stuff. You know, very sensitive.
Yep.
You think if I'm getting attacked by 3 or 4 dudes and they beating the snot out of me, I'm not going to take a chunk out of one of them by biting them or whatever? You know what I mean? Well, they may beat my ass, but somebody going to leave here hurt too, not just me.
Yeah, I've been taught many lessons, and that is, especially if you're being attacked by a group, pick one. Because that's your chance to inflict pain on somebody, because everybody else is going to back them up, and they're going to mess you up, bro. But if you can get that one, at least somebody on their side feels what you feel. Yeah, and you gouge them in the eyes, you know, you bite them, you punch them in the nuts, you do everything. Because the rest of their team. The rest of their team is going to stomp on your head.
That's right. They ain't going to take mercy on you. Take advantage when you can, wherever you can. That's right. There's no fair in fighting, anyways. Just saying.
Nope. Especially not street fighting. Like if you want to protect yourself.
That's what I'm talking. I'm talking street fighting. I'm not talking. You know. Some organized sport or what have you, but yeah, street fighting. No, there's no rules.
No, hey, yeah. Oh, you're a bitch because you did this, that, or the other. Well, welcome to street fighting.
That's right. You may get hit with a rock. Anything could happen, bro.
Yeah. Hey, even a cell phone can be a weapon.
That's right.
Your car keys. could be a weapon.
Shit,
Everything at any time to prevent being taken advantage of.
Yeah, I think it was my brother. He was taking off a car antenna, the old ones, those solid ones, little by little. So he got that bad boy off. He said, "Who wants to go at her now?" My brother would get in fights with like dudes, man, like a bunch of dudes all the time, but whatever. But you whip somebody with one of those antennas, man. Tell me that shit ain't gonna hurt. And that ain't gonna break either.
No, that shit'll make you bleed.
Hell yeah, that'll break your skin. Yeah.
I've been beat up before.
Yeah.
They did something to me. I don't even know how it happened. Like I wasn't messing around with other people, but these kids started throwing rocks at me. So I started throwing rocks at them. And next thing you know, somebody got in my face and shoved me in the chest, right? Well, his boy had done that that tabletop lay down behind me. And so when he pushed me, he didn't just push me. I went backwards and that person was laying down like tabletop. And next thing you know, I'm laying on my back and then they started throwing rocks at me. So
Yeah.
I picked up the biggest rock I could find and I didn't even throw it. I was like, come closer, I'll smash you in the fucking head. And they all went away. I don't think I successfully defended myself because there was like 3 of them and 1 of me. But they definitely made me feel like a fool that day. Like they accomplished their mission. It's like, hey, we're gonna make this dude look like a clown. They did that.
Yeah, it'll happen sometimes.
But when I picked up that big rock, they didn't want to mess with me anymore. But I didn't throw the rock because I needed the rock.
Yeah.
I felt like I needed the rock. Because
rock
if I throw it, if I throw it, now they have it. So
yeah, you throw it and miss, then you got a problem too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you hit him, kind of a little different because then probably his friends are gonna run to him and try to help him. But if you miss,
but then again, there was no running and crying to, oh, hey, they're doing this to me. There was none of that.
Right.
There was none of that. You never trusted anybody. It was, hey, these dudes are messing with me, and I gotta step up. If I get beat, I get beat. But there was no, oh, hey, scream for help or run and find the nearest adult. No, fuck all that bullshit.
Yeah, I never really had that
raised
problem.
that way.
Yeah. I never really had any problems with, I always hung out with a crew of guys, my good friends from childhood. And if we had to take care of each other, we would.
Yeah. And it's all good. Like, I'm not even mad at them kids anymore. They taught me a lesson.
Yeah, that's kid shit, bro. Come on. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Now, if you're still doing it as an adult, there's a problem. But yeah, kids are gonna do shit all the time, bro.
I mean, I've done some things to people that didn't deserve it.
Right. Yeah,
and they were
yeah, I've been there.
And they were easy targets, if you will. But I've been an easy target myself, and I don't treat people like that anymore.
Right.
It was all lessons back in the day. And again, like, to reiterate, like, what did we say earlier? Like, if you're scared, don't leave the house.
That's it. Stay in your house. A big world out there.
If you got friends with you, Whatever it is that you're planning on doing, you know, get your group together. Stay with your group. Protect your group.
Right.
You'll be protected by your group. But if you're scared about what might happen, or you know, maybe you're one of your boys is crazy, you know what? Stay in your fucking house.
Yeah.
But if my boy gets into some shit, you know, there's a choice to be made, and it's, do I yank him out and be like, hey, stop it, let's get away from here, you're doing your crazy thing, or do you back him up because maybe he's right, and that person deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been times when I'll be like, yo, don't start shit and think that you're gonna get help. You feel what I'm saying? Because you know what's right and what's wrong. You don't just go start shit with people because you got your boys with you. You got backup or something. Nah, man. You start this fight, you on your own. I'm gonna let you know right now. I didn't come here for this. There's a time for everything. And yeah, we don't need to be fighting every time we go out, man.
Hey, me and a boy of mine, he's a college boy, and I was a military guy, and we were leaving this club, this fancy club. It was a fancy club. Like, you got to sign your name to get in. You got to abide by dress code and whatnot. And we were leaving, and the door was turning this dude down because he was drunk.
Yeah.
And my boy popped off at the mouth at this dude, and he decided to pull me into it. He goes, "Hey, my boy's military. My boy." Now, bear in mind, I was food service. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not some badass.
Yeah.
And that dude who was being turned down by the club, and you know, he was a pretty boy, as far as his appearance. But he says, "Oh yeah, I'm special forces and I got knives." Now this dude's already being turned down because he's drunk. But we are definitely in the vicinity of closeness to where you might really actually run into special forces people. And he said, "I'm special forces. I got knives." I had to grab my boy and be like, "Hey, let's not do this. You don't just think that because I'm military that I'm down for fighting. Let's get our asses out of here." We were leaving, and this dude wants to say that he 100% could have been real.
Oh yeah, you never know.
And if he'd have pulled a knife and he was real, you'd have like a handful of dead people and a crazy person on the run. You know what I mean? I don't care if he was telling the truth or not. Let's go.
You wasn't there to find. You wasn't waiting to find out.
Nah, fuck all that noise. But my boy who popped off at the mouth because they were denying this dude entrance because he was drunk. And he's like, "Hey, my boy will handle you." And it's like, "No, I won't, bro. No,
Yeah,
don't. Hey, I only handle my business. I'm not about to handle his business. And you're about to invite me to handle his business. Guess what? The bouncers got this handled. The police got this handled. Leave me out of this. Let's get on with our lives. I'm not getting stabbed tonight."
Right. Don't involve me in that. That's right.
Now, if shit was already popping off and my boy was involved in it, you know, maybe I'd have had something to say about it, but no. The answer is no. You're sitting here creating something and putting my name on it. No. The answer is no.
Yep. Been there, done that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, shit gets wild sometimes, but I don't live that life anymore.
Yeah, you're just a
I'm
regular
I'm
dude.
I'm reactionary. If I have to do something, well, something has to happen first. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not gonna sit here and buck up to somebody and be like, "Oh, I'm bigger than you," or I don't like the way you're acting. No, I'm gonna protect me and mine, and I'm gonna stay out of it. If it's my business, it is my business. If it's not, you know, maybe have somebody make a phone call, but I'm not about to stop somebody from being crazy. There's plenty of resources that will stop somebody from being crazy.
Right.
And the business itself, I'm pretty sure they have a close connection to protection. There's plenty of people and resources to prevent craziness from happening on their premises. They don't need me. I need to protect me and mine.
Yeah, people sometimes I don't understand, but I do get it.
What we got now? Oh, they got a handball.
What is that?
It looks like a basketball, but it's like handheld size, and it looks like soccer.
No.
And they got France versus Norway. So you don't have to dribble.
Oh. Yeah, I've seen this sport. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a what, I don't know, like an 8 or 10-inch ball.
Have you seen like the table tennis, but it's you play like with your feet?
Oh shit.
It's a weird looking table. It's very unique the way the table is, and they were saying that was going to be a sport, man, like for the Olympics. Wonder if that's in there.
I'll tell you what I'm watching, there's a lot more body contact and a lot less fouls.
Yeah. There's like pushing around and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, compared to basketball. How many dudes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it looks like it's 6-on-6. And it's a smaller court.
Right. I wonder what this woman is doing upstairs. Sounds like she's moving everything around up there.
What are they ever doing?
She ain't called me to help her, so I don't think she's really moving furniture. I just have no idea what the hell's going on. Doggies went outside or came inside, one or two. I'm trying to find that thing so I can show it to you. It's like a weird table. I don't know what it's called, where they play with their feet. It's like a real skilled sport, man. They come up with all kind of stuff, though.
Yeah, for real. I remember when curling came into the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
And it was like that's the dad bod sport, you know what I'm saying? It's like
You guys,
you don't
go ahead, man.
it's like you're not necessarily an athlete as far as the traditional athlete. You just send this thing, and then you got these guys with brooms trying to shape the ice, and you got guys with beer bellies and shit.
I think they play with like a soccer ball track. It's a curved table. It's not a flat table. It's like a curved table, but it does have like a net. But they play with their feet, man.
All right. When I was in Korea, they would play on like a small tennis court. It wasn't a table, but it was like a short tennis court.
Yeah.
And they would play only with their feet. But it was like I watched, doubles. If you know what I'm so like doubles tennis, except it's with your feet and it's a much smaller court.
Yeah, I think it's called tech ball, TEQ ball.
I got you. Hey, all the ways to have fun, just put some weight on it, and next thing you know, it's a sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Because, like I said, there's some things that are individual performances, whether it's ice skating, surfing, stuff like that, where it's like, well, the judges will decide whether you did a good job or not. Skateboarding.
Right.
It's the art of it.
See if I show you a little bit of it here. You see that? That's a real thing, bro. They play professionally.
Yeah, I'm about to zoom in.
Hey, let me see if I can make it bigger. Oh, that's a problem.
That's all right. I can zoom in.
Hold on. Let me back it up a little bit.
That's the thing about StreamYard is like you can zoom in.
There it is. Yeah, the girl did a flip in the air, man.
Thailand versus Brazil.
Yeah. Oh,
And they probably got rules. They probably got rules to like volleyball.
Yeah.
Like you can only have so many touches. So like you can have a recovery and a skill shot.
Yeah, it's called tech ball, TEQ or teak ball. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But
I think I've heard it before, and I think it is tech ball.
tech ball, okay. You see how
Like
how the table is curved though? It's curved downwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I could see it being a problem with certain shots to where it won't send it. Like if you actually hit the table, to where it won't send it towards the player. You could wind up with a stagnant ball, but
Right.
you know, considering you're using your feet, if it just sits there and bounces on the table, it's like, well, where's the game at?
I
Because
think,
you could
yeah, I
do
think
a
you can use your head too. I think you can bounce it off your head once, I believe. Like to set up a shot, you know what I mean?
yeah, it's like soccer, just don't use your hands. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. But you got to play it on that table. That's the thing. So, and
Yeah, so it's like
they give them a lot of space for them to run around in the back, but the table is only so big. It's really not that big, man.
it's like you said, like table tennis / soccer, but with like soccer rules.
Right. So it's a new sport, but it really isn't a new sport if you think about it. It's what we were talking about, you know. It's not like it's something
Yeah.
that you had never seen in your life.
And like I said, by what I saw was I saw dudes using a tennis net, but it's the same game except there's no table involved.
Right,
It's
no
just
table, right. Yeah.
it's tennis and squares on the ground.
Yeah,
But you know,
I think
it's
the
a game.
tables are real expensive. I believe they're expensive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was some girls come on my local news one day I was watching. They were explaining it, and they were talking about that it was going to be like an Olympic sport or something. I don't know if it made it or not.
I think it also depends on like what the world thinks about it and how many people
Yeah,
are going to
watch.
compete in it.
They
Because if you don't have enough,
yeah,
if you don't have enough competitors worldwide,
right.
is it really going to make it as an Olympic sport? You know what I mean? Like American
Yeah,
football. American football is not going to be an Olympic sport unless you get investments that are going to get other countries to play it. Like Canada plays it. There's a little bit in Europe, but the rest of the world doesn't play American football. You know what I'm saying?
no, they're trying to make it worldwide. Yeah, like they need the money, right?
Yeah. But like and this is what I think as well. It's like, you know, like you were saying about the cost. You know, some sports actually do cost a lot of money to play, like ice hockey,
Yeah, hockey is very expensive. Yeah,
because you have to have a facility that can maintain ice, but then every player has to wear, you know, $1,000 worth of gear.
right.
Whereas if you can just have a floor and a ball and the world agrees with it, that's easy, man. Like soccer takes a yard and a ball. Tennis, it takes a court and a ball. You know, they're very easy, very traditional sports because there's nothing involved. It's just you and the ball. How you use it, or what the goal of the game is, or if you're by yourself, or if you got a team. Basketball, give us a court and a ball, and we got a game. But if it takes some crazy equipment or some crazy facilities that can't be maintained, or that other countries aren't going to get involved with, you know, if one country plays this sport, it's not going to be an Olympic sport.
Right.
So like
But they,
a difference
they
there is be like the sailing and the surfing. You know, surfing is like you're all by yourself, but you do need to have an understanding of nature, and there has to be waves for you to surf.
right. Without the waves, you're not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if your heat comes on like a bad day and everybody's getting these little waves, you still have to do your best. Or if you're sailing and it's like, well, the wind on this day when you're competing is going to be like this. It's not ideal, it's not for you, but you have to make it happen. And the wind on this day, when you're in your prelims or in your groups or whatever, it might be completely different to the finals. But if you can't sail on different days, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah.
These guys are tearing each other apart. They are grabbing jerseys.
Yeah, I think they were in the last Olympics. They did the same. They did the same thing. These are professional sports, though. They, a lot of them do have they have pro leagues. You can go check it out. I mean, it's like darts. It's not really a big sport here, but in Europe, it's a huge sport over there, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bowling. That's like the original dad bod sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you
That's
don't have to be this monster of an athlete. You
right.
just got to know how to throw that ball.
It is a skilled sport, though. You got to have skill, man.
Yeah, it's skill, but
anyone can do it, though. Yeah. You don't have to have a certain body type to go out there and do it.
Yeah, you're not going to outrun somebody in bowling. It doesn't matter how fast you can run or how high you can jump.
Well, yeah. Shit, I don't even know how fast they throw a damn bowling ball. You don't have to throw it that fast, though, to strike to get a strike.
No, you don't. You just got to hit it at the right angle.
That's it. You get one going, it can knock them all down.
And you got sports like baseball too, and it's like, you don't have to be special to play baseball. You got to be able to catch a ball, and you got to be able to hit a ball. That's about it. Like you're not putting body on body in baseball unless it comes down to an interaction at the base.
Well, you got to have a skilled pitcher. So the pitcher doesn't have to really be an athlete, man. That's where it's all at right there. You can
yeah, and you got to chase down that. If somebody hits one deep center or deep left, deep right, those outfielders, they got to, whatever position they're holding, once that ball's hit, they got to move.
Yeah,
and they got to move quick.
Yeah, it don't take long for that ball to get out there.
But there's nobody that's going to stop them.
No. The wall,
it's
maybe.
just the ball.
It only depends on how far they hit that ball. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I don't know how long you're gonna hang out.
I think I'm gonna shut it down because I gotta go upstairs and make me something to eat. So I don't know how long that's gonna take me because I'm gonna have to cook what I'm eating.
Hey, it's always good to talk to you, man.
All right, Track. You take care of yourself.
Always.
All right, later.
Bye.
All right, guys. I'm gonna shut this down. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks everyone for coming. Thank you to the chats. We'll see you.